distinguished listeners, I am Somnophage, and I will be your chaperone through the infinite dream this evening. Welcome, Vile. Tonight we will, well, it's not night, is it? There is a sun out right now. This feels strange. Today, we will be beginning on the first of the more long form of the projects that I'm doing on this stream. We'll be going through the games that Remedy Studios have made. Now, Remedy has made a number of games, and, well, I know at least 3 that we'll be going through. I might be surprised and find out that they have done more that tie into this. But Alan Wake was an interesting starting point. If it weren't for the fact that it is very much not in public domain, I would have preferred to start this by instead reading through a book called Duma Key, which is the direct inspiration for this game. Duma Key is a book by Stephen King about a man who has lost an arm in a rather severe accident in a construction yard. And while they have been given a fairly generous stipend to live off of, they've mostly just decided to retire out to a place called Duma Key out in Florida. And strange things happen as he takes up painting. Remedy Studios, after Alan Wake, goes on to create Quantum Break, which follows a similar path of strange things are happening, and you're just trying to survive your way through it. Quantum Break did not receive extremely high praise because it had multiple endings, and you had to see all of them to get the true ending, and in order to see all of them, you had to play the game fully through, like 4 times. So I'm told. I haven't played it yet. That one's going to be a surprise for me. If you haven't heard of either of these, but you have heard of their next game, Control, then I assume it's because you've heard good things about Control. That's most of what I've heard about it too, including from myself when I have played it, though I've never actually beaten that either. But it does not feel right to jump immediately to Control because it is the newest, the shiniest, and arguably the best of their games. It feels more proper to start at the beginning with Alan Wake, and to start Alan Wake with a new game. I will say very quickly, I hope that we don't run into copyrighted music problems. There are some parts I may have to talk over or skip through, but if it's something that is music specifically made for this game, I will still try to let it play out.
Would you have checked that beforehand?
Well, there's one song, Welcome Agnipathy, there's one song that I know is copywritten that is in this game. It plays if you stand next to a radio for an extended period of time, because the group that made the music specifically for this game, that are titled in this game the Old Gods of Asgard, is a group named Poets of the Fall. And they said, hey, yeah, we'll put our music in your game, or we'll make music for your game, but also, can you put one of our own songs in it just as its own song? They've done this with some of Remedy's future games as well. They work well together. We'll be playing on normal difficulty because Nightmare is accurately named.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and is what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there.
Hey, Sony.
One moment.
I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash.
Okay, go on.
Subtitles go out pretty wide, don't they?
Surely the subtitles aren't going out so wide that our faces are covering them.
They are. Put me on the roof.
Okay, hang on. There we are.
No one can contain me.
Also turning up the volume a bit because it is a bit quiet, I think. You never know what volume a game is going to be
It's supposed to be quiet.
Hmm?
Dream sequences are supposed to be quiet and muffled.
I could hardly stand my feet.
No, do not reverse the controls. There we are. Okay. Sensitivity's a bit high, but I mean, it's kind of a horror game. That makes sense. And I will be... Oh, right. There we are. Okay. I was looking over the wrong shoulder.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something
Remember
important
to always
waiting
look
for me
over the right
there.
shoulder. If you look over the wrong one, you might see something you wish you didn't.
You know, I'm pretty sure that's a picture of us.
What is?
On the telephone pole, it's a missing person picture. And I'm pretty sure
like you
that-
or I.
Well, us the character.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think
Wait,
you're
this guy's called
God?
Alan Wake.
You think you can just
Yeah.
make up stuff?
But this is starting in a dream.
Yes.
He's really not living up to the name so far.
And hey, these have been in the game since the start. First time I ever saw one of those,
QR codes?
Oh god, there's a specific QR code, yes.
You missed
Also
your
pirated.
deadline! Damn.
I know you can dodge attacks, but why don't you just throw rocks or sand at the guy? Are you dodging or are you just eating his attacks?
I'm just getting hit. The timing is
I
very
realized that
specific.
the hitchhiker was
Come on,
a
dodge
character
like you
from the
mean it.
story I'd been working on.
Don't block the axe with your teeth.
Okay, okay.
Come on, you know how to do
Does
this.
it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
This is why you always gotta make sure you pay attention to the weather forecast. This nonsense only happens when you forget to bring your umbrella.
This way, this way! Hurry!
Everywhere.
Mr. Week, it's me!
Rocket jump
Please, Stewart,
everywhere.
remember? Quickly, get inside! There's no time to lose!
guy in a jumper.
Okay,
That's not a jumper.
I'm gonna have to mess around with the volume levels again because, oh right, this game gets very loud when it's in an action sequence, and you are not as loud as the game right now.
It's okay, I'm just babbling.
What is the point of these kinds of things if not to babble over the game? Welcome, Radechi.
The point of these things is to share something that we like with someone else.
Well, that too. Alright, audio. Ah, all of the volume is set to max. I had hoped that I had somehow... Alright. Switch those around. Turn that a bit up in general. And turn you up. Alright, can you try talking?
Have you tried turning me down instead?
No, I won't be doing that. Alright. But yeah, I am also excited for Alan Wake 2, Rodechi. I can't wait. No way out.
As for me, I am completely unfamiliar with these games.
An excellent starting point then.
Cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
I just discovered that one of my brushes, I can get a more pronounced color jitter effect if I do multiple strokes.
You are hurt.
You know what this means?
You should go into the light.
What does it mean?
You are only safe
I
there.
finally figured out how to actually make carpets that look like carpets.
Amazing.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light.
I do love the earnest. No.
I entered
I
your
don't
dreams to
understand.
teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing.
If you say yes to that
Hitchhiker
question
has
and
been
they expect you to
taken over by the
understand, you're
dark
kind of up the
presence.
creek.
You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive
Let
the
me tell ya,
darkness
that's
away
not a
and
good
make
place to
him
be.
vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Presentation there is kind of corny, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's great. I love that kind of stuff.
So yeah, welcome to the combat loop. You aim a flashlight at things and it burns the darkness away, and you need to do that before you can do anything else. It does slow them down if you hold down to focus, but that drains your
did it.
battery.
Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Take the light, take the gun.
Combine them.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
And I will say, I don't think the game specifically said it yet in the tutorial, but this also introduced I introduced
This way, and now I'm good.
perhaps my favorite mechanic to increase tension easily that I have seen pretty much in one of these games, in one of these kind of games. Tap R to reload faster. If you mash the reload button, you reload faster. That makes every combat more tense, and I love it.
This is it.
What you're saying is they're going to Kojima route here.
And this is also why I like normal difficulties balance more than nightmare difficulties balance, because on normal difficulty, it takes 3 shots to take down a normal enemy. On nightmare difficulty, it takes 4, which means you can't take out 2 enemies without reloading in between. Which just doesn't feel as good.
Just like
Flare guns are a bit special, in that even though they just produce light, they also outright kill things that are hit by them, assuming they do enough to break the shadow.
How many Dark Souls are you going to fill with light today?
I can keep this up forever.
It depends on whether or not he's accurate when he says he can keep that up forever. I will take just a moment to, yeah, no, it barely chases you. It moves really slowly. This is an incredibly safe part of the game. There are some parts where it will kill you if you move slow, but this is still the tutorial. Welcome. I'm not seeing the video skip on my end. Is anyone else seeing the video skip?
Notice anything?
Shh, baby. Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Oh, good that it is fixed. And yes, Agnipathy, you called it. The game did start with a dream, just so that they could have the line, "Alan, wake up."
I'm both happy I predicted that and very upset anyways.
Look, one of my favorite things about this game is that it's practically an important story element that Alan Wake is a mediocre writer, and also the writer of the game.
The fact that he got self-awareness puts him a league ahead of a couple other people.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
There's a few people out there
Sure.
who think of
I'll even
themselves
give
as
you a
the
title
best
for
thing
the
to happen
shot.
since
a city boy, moments before he got
writing
eaten by a
happened.
bear.
And oh boy, they
Right.
sure aren't.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any
You have a buddy
chance I
there?
could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine.
It seems
I'm on
that a
vacation.
friend of
In
yours,
fact,
of
I'd
your gracious
appreciate it if we
host,
could keep my being
is,
here
Yeah.
just between the two of
quite
us.
rambunctious
I'm
today.
sure you understand.
Yeah, I mean,
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a
Oh, which is quite
holiday.
fine.
like I apologize, but I can't
Very
exactly
nice.
say.
I got a
Hey,
couple of really good
everyone
ones.
in the house,
And
be
I see you
quiet.
made a
The
friend.
acoustics are a
That's
bit too
cute.
strong here
Right.
for the whole day.
Yeah?
Hey, bestseller, how's my favorite writer? Are you there
You
yet?
very well
Very.
could say that.
Yeah. We just
You just
got-
might not have roommates for much longer after that.
Just say the word, and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge.
And depending on your life goals, that may or may not be something you
Have you
desire.
got your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay,
Nah,
Al.
roommates
I'll
are
call
good.
back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay.
I
Just
wonder.
looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
I like Barry. Barry's fun.
You know he's
Um,
going to be calling you every 5
Yeah, Barry
minutes.
Burton's great.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
I do like this sign, mostly because I know
Alan,
that
we're
that's
here. Come on,
a
let's
no
get back to
sign
the
over
car.
a key. But honestly, from a distance, I thought it was a no sign over a flashlight. And I don't know if that was intentional.
It would be great if we could actually directly ask these people what they were thinking. Because I would love to know if that was an intentional thing or just happened to be a
Mr. Carl
whoops
Stuckey.
kind of deal.
He's waiting for us.
Or perhaps someday we'll be able to.
I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15
You hear that,
minutes.
guys? Get Somni popular enough and we'll answer
Alan,
all your questions.
Thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on.
Next goal is
I
1
promise
million,
to-
right?
I mean, hey, if I managed to get 1 million followers, I probably would be able to get all my questions answered from
I'd
talking to
forgotten there were
developers.
still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Try the coffee.
Do
Just
me a
don't blame-
favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious?
I like how
Coconut
whatever is
again?
written in the top
You
left,
disgust
my
me.
face is blocking out just
Call
enough so it just
yourself
says
a rocker.
Stuckey.
Unbelievable.
It just says find Carl Stuckey. Alright, now, I hope you understand.
You put the
That-
lime in the coconut.
Yeah,
Drink them both
you're
up.
asking me to
Just
drink something that
because
is
we're
technically
brothers, don't think I
a
won't
copywritten
murder
song.
you in your
And while I will
sleep.
press this button, we're going to have to talk a lot over anything else you might
Yes,
say.
that's my
That's-
favorite tune.
That's just the rules.
Can't you just like pause and turn down the game
Shut
volume?
your mouth, you demented has-been.
Probably.
If I had my hammer, I'd
Do the
shut
smart
it
thing.
for you. Jeez.
I mean, we are already far enough from the jukebox that it cannot be heard at all. Oh,
Well, you have to give me a break. I'm like a few seconds behind you on the screen.
true. Find Charles Stuckey. Oh, wait, I did have to walk around this way.
It does that. Get stuck.
Oh,
Yeah,
never
you
mind.
need to give it a good solid whack.
Never mind what.
It didn't start yet. You have to hit the jukebox. Yes, it's another bit of tutorialization.
Now that's what I'm talking about, yes!
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Ah.
You're looking for Carl Stucky, and I'm Stucky to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Hello?
You're also over the health bar, but that's not
Mr. Stucky?
very much.
I need to find a spot where I can hide, where I'm not in the way.
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you.
Maybe we need like a small overlay so we can just shrink down the game capture just a tad.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come
I'd
by
probably
later to
manage
check
that.
how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Yeah, nothing creepy about that at all.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed. And then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
All right, well, that covers all of that, and now there's music playing, which...
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
No. You're not going to distract us from getting out of
The
here.
Andersons. They're,
No.
local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
But yes, small
Mr.
explanation.
Wake.
Oh no! Okay, good. That doesn't skip the
Mission
cutscene. It just
accomplished. The
glitched
key
everything out.
And the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights.
Stable
just
is
in
this
case.
game?
So this is not the remastered version of the game.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
This is the original release
That
that
diner was a real nut house.
even then a only mostly okay
Can you
port.
believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice.
Looked
I'll
beautiful
figure
for
it
the
out when
time.
we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
All right.
Now the weather.
Yep.
It's
Now the
gonna
weather.
be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want
Sure you bring your dream umbrella.
see those stars
That is
winking down
important.
at you. It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
All right. So, like I said, this is the original release. It was released on Steam, and they said, "Hey, this is gonna be great." It was originally Xbox 360 game, or Xbox 360 era. I don't know if it had a PlayStation 3
Exclusive?
release. I don't know if it was exclusive or if it had a PS3 release, but it was console
gorgeous
exclusive
out
at first.
It's something,
Then they
all
made
right.
the PC port, which
Don't worry, honey.
looked prettier,
I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark.
but
and I've got
was
the flashlight.
otherwise
I know. I'm okay.
not the
Alice had a
most
phobia.
impressive.
The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
And after a bit, they released it. They said, "Hey, we're gonna put it on sale for literally $2 on Steam because our license for the music is about to expire, so we won't be able to sell it at all." But then they relicensed the music so that they could release Alan Wake Remastered, which I don't think is actually on Steam. I went looking for it, so we're not playing the remastered version. We're playing the original version that I have, that I already had.
Here we go. Let's take a look inside. Come on.
It's
Industry
dark in
is a
there.
funny thing,
We
isn't it?
need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power
Yeah.
on, honey?
A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Hello? Anyone here?
Now see that shoebox? That's an important shoebox it is.
Okay, question.
Yep.
Why?
Do you want the full answer that includes spoilers for later on, or the short version that doesn't include spoilers?
I mean, I guess this is where you're supposed to just say trust me, but take your pick.
Trust me.
The Deer Fest guests have already started to
Okay.
arrive. Just ran into
Was
one
my
very famous
I'll make the
artist,
contract
no
now.
less. We'll see if we can rope
You owe me a
in
lot of
the
money
interview
if it's not true.
Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBFF.
Okay.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Well,
I'm confident
hello,
that's true.
Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBFFM. And now some music.
Great.
No, not
so
now.
much for keeping a low profile.
We're getting away from the music.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
Music doesn't exist. Which is a shame, because they did license good music for it, and it's not like good, incredibly difficult music that's constantly causing problems. Just... Alright. Where is the door? There is the door.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Once again, tutorializing. It is entirely possible to play this game without any UI elements. In fact, one of my friends believed that that was the best experience. The only problem is that that prompt right there is extremely hard to do.
Sure thing. Have fun.
Is extremely hard to do without visual indicator, though technically is possible.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work.
How much fun do you have trying to replicate it without visual indicator?
None. That's why I play it with Alright, that's the sun going behind clouds, not behind a mountain that hasn't rendered in. So yes, I've been talking over some stuff.
Had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
Alice has a fear of the dark. A strong phobia of it. That was something that was established as to why she wouldn't go into the house without Alan getting the lights on first.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
And this is probably the funniest bit of distraction I have ever seen.
Uh-huh.
The fact that there are pants on the railing there.
Well, hello there.
And
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
And that's what it's leading to.
Alice?
What is it leading to?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of
A
scenery
typewriter.
would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So this guy's got his priorities.
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice! God damn.
Honestly, I respect him for having his priorities.
I needed some time alone to think things through.
Even if they are a little kooky.
Mm.
Damn it. Alice?
Alice? Alice!
The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alan! Where are you? Help!
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming!
What the hell?
Help me! Alan! No! No! Ah!
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Keep going.
Wake up.
Alice?
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Thank goodness the car didn't go further because... Oh wow, that is a lot deeper than I thought. Yeah, no, that's...
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
You think there'd have been a little bit more of a warning, eh?
Best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Well, it's not like they're hiding an armor of invincibility here or something.
Damn.
Nor an armoire.
Oh no, but we all know where that's hidden.
Hello? Hello? Is someone there?
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
Now then, here's the problem. I have played I have played this game before. And there's no indicator of which manuscript page you just picked up. Beyond this particular one where...
The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us. But the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim.
You on this particular one? Go on.
The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare. But I was awake.
Yeah, there's no indicator of which one it is, besides this one, because there's the specific cutscene saying, hey, this is how it started. So, while I don't think I've 100% found all of the manuscript pages, I have found all of the ones that are meant to be found as part
Anybody
of the
there?
story.
Please! I've been in an accident!
Which will impact the first time experience a bit. It is one of the drawbacks of this game that there's no real way to say, oh yeah, no, there's supposed to be a manuscript page here.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't
Why don't
have
you
to
just
hike all the
like
way down to the gas station
clear
to
out
find a
your
phone.
like make a backup of your save data elsewhere? You really need to clear these things with me first so you can actually have an idea of these things.
Okay, to be fair, in this case, it's something where I forgot that this was an issue because the last time I played this game, the American Nightmare had just come out.
My word.
Anybody
That is
there?
a little bit of time ago, huh?
Yeah.
Hey! Hey, you! Phil! There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey. Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. And square. Carl Stuckey. Pleased to meet you. Premium cabins.
I do like the dreamlike effect they have for making everything messed up. Oh, hey, manuscript page. That might work if I just hit the button.
To focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
That might work. If I hit F5 immediately after picking up the paper and don't move my mouse at all, then it might. Then it might put me on the exact page that I just picked up.
Balls! You arrive!
But yeah, I'm told that this is a very good visual effect.
Shit!
It is ruined by looking straight up.
It's the latest.
That doesn't appear to have happened.
Oh, the dream effect?
Yeah, the wibbly wobbly
I had to
darkness
figure a way
energy.
out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like.
Well, you know that
Nicholson
just
in
means we're gonna have to try it now, right?
Yeah. Ah, yes, brand recognition. Had to put Energizer on the flashlight. Batteries, which are used to instantly recharge the flashlight.
Your
I don't know how flashlights work!
trying walking. It's the latest thing. Incontestably proven.
Hello? Hello?
Stone. You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels low.
What's up?
The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stuckey had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out.
That's a long drop. I think that would have been lethal.
You just need more power of self-belief or whatever the anime nonsense is. Sim Kids is calling it these days.
My head pounded with a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Here we have
Eerie
one of the other
hand-painted
things.
graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Hidden supplies. Not a lot of supplies, but hidden supplies. They can help you out. With hand-painted graffiti that is revealed
I think
by
all
your
graffiti is
flashlight.
hand-painted.
Yeah, no, it's revealed by your flashlight. Ah, yes, here's the trick of it. Here's how they first hint towards this being a thing, if you don't just notice it on your own. Is portable battery. These major lights, which are very devastating to enemies. And when you turn it on, because of course you're going to... Really, Alan?
What? I didn't hear what he said.
He didn't say anything. He just kicked the power breaker
I had no choice.
because
I had to get to the gas
there was a
station.
downed power line and he wanted to turn off the power for it. Not hitting a switch, just kick it.
It's rabbit season.
This guy's a few fries short of a Happy Meal, ain't he?
Like I said, it is practically an important character facet that Alan Wake is not a good writer. He's a famous writer, there's a difference. Manuscript page, we're testing it. F5, yes.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now, she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Now there is a fun theory that every character in this game is almost universally, there might be one or two others, but almost every character is someone that Alan meets in that prologue. We have already passed the point where we meet just about every character that shows up. And all of them, from this point on, are in some way influenced by that specific first meeting. And how Alan perceived them from that meeting.
What the hell was that?
Rose was an obsessed fan when we first saw her, so she's an obsessed fan as her sole character trait.
Something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the
Boy,
water.
that sounds like fun.
Because I'm just going to outright say what they're already hinting at with all of the book stuff, or with all the manuscript pages and things. And because I had already talked about Duma Key being a huge inspiration for this. Creative works done at or around Cauldron Lake alter reality to match what creative work is done. Alan Wake is a writer. His creative works are forms of writing. So he writes a story. And that story is inspired by the people around him, and in doing so, changes them. Barry's arrival!
Bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that. Not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
Yeah, I know, right? There's always that weird dissonance where supposedly you are playing as a character who has no combat experience, but they play like somebody who does this routinely.
And that's one thing that I do like about this game, actually.
Which is?
They don't do it for the shooting, because Alan has fired a gun at a range at least. And let's face it, his dodges are doing basic...
lackluster.
Yeah, his dodges are lackluster. His general combat experience is not amazing. Just, serviceable flailing to a degree.
Well, what gets me is that the biggest thing when it comes to combat isn't that I can aim a gun. It's you can aim a gun and pull the trigger and kill another person. That is very much the hardest part. It's hard for people to do that to like animals.
Oh yeah, no. Like, I can only hope that the shadow monster thing is giving an edge there, but at the same time, there was another point that I was going to get to, which is Alan Wake can't sprint for very long at the start of the game. As you progress, the game secretly increases your character's stamina. Also, if you listen very closely, when there's a secret around, you can hear the sound of a rebreather.
What, is he in a coma? Is that the whole twist here?
No. But a major character to the overall... A major character is the diver.
Taken. They're taken.
Yeah, but why sound of a rebreather?
Underwater rebreather. Is that not what they're called?
Yeah, but why for secrets?
Well, we'll get to that. So, we have a shitload of batteries now. That's not because we're playing on normal difficulty. That's because I just have good... I mean, I'm doing a good job of looking up secrets, but also I have good trigger discipline for the flashlight.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
And yeah, I am now full on revolver ammo, and there's still some batteries. I'm gonna leave those because if I pick them up, I will get exactly one battery.
There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site.
Right? Don't ask me how the power from the generator way over here manages to get over it.
But can I ask you anyways? Come on, you're the Lord of Dreams, you should know.
I believe the answer then is that Alan Wake is not a very good writer.
That's all you can come up with? That's the Lord of Dreams? Come on! You got your title for a reason, right? We weren't just filling quotas that day, I hope.
I am sure we could make an argument that they buried an underground cable at a logging site. But I think that genuinely is just there's never going to be a cable going from any of these things unless it is a direct plot point.
So, you're the Lord of Dreams. Surely you must know how the dream physics work, because even though the rules are all hazy, there are rules.
No, this is allegedly happening in reality. Wake attacked by
before I saw them,
birds.
swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came.
Reality.
I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes.
Alan might be,
I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fire.
might be one of those people that gets inspiration from recreational abuse of certain substances.
Scream above theirs.
I mean, he very well might. He does appear to be fairly independently wealthy. Like I said, might not be a very good writer, but he is a very successful one.
And if you are inexplicably successful, well, Yeah.
Look, I mean no offense when I say that it is very explicit. It is very explicable how a writer can be not very good and also be very successful.
Who are you thinking of?
Honestly, I'm not thinking of anyone in particular. I'd love to say that I was thinking specifically of J.K. Rowling, but no, it's just, there are all kinds of people who just write enough books, and then eventually one of them just lands. Like, everyone likes to say that Twilight sucks. It still sold a hell of a lot of copies. Alan Wake is much the same. There might be things that are very good in his books. We only see the manuscript, which is not the completed book. That's just basically the first draft of what's going on in this game. And it seems very bland, very just here are some events that are happening. There's no prose, there's no getting people into the mindset of the story. But that could also just be that it was a first draft. So, it may just be a joke that is developed in what community there is that Alan Wake is a bad writer. It's a joke that I like.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am.
How much more copyrighted music are we worried about?
Company all night long if I weren't. It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice.
You know,
what are you up to?
Depending on the games, you can actually mod them to remove the copyrighted songs.
Isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Some games you can actually mod them to remove copyrighted music.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Oh, Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
And I'm not desperately worried about copyrighted music because, like I said, I am already outside of the range of it. It is not the radios don't project sound very far.
I can't wait for the radio monster to show up that plays copyrighted music at you.
I'm pretty sure that that's not in this game.
I'm waiting for the game that does do that just to fuck with the streamers.
Wake finds
At first
pages.
I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
And there you go. That is what I mean when I say... Like, let me just take a moment, because, again, so much of what I stream is just reading classic literature, and I'm not going to say that classic literature is the only good literature. There's plenty of modern literature that is absolutely phenomenal. I enjoy all kinds of books.
Yep.
There are things that are coming out presently that I am incredibly excited to continue reading. I look at this page and I say, imagine finding this exact set of text in a book. Not as an individual drop in a video game. As a drop in a video game, this is perfectly serviceable, if not good. It presents exactly how this character feels. If you present it as this individual microcosm of this larger set of events, sure. But if you present this as part of a manuscript, this is an actual page in a book where someone is saying, yeah, no, the character in the book, he keeps finding these pages, and then he starts to search for them. In this tone, that's not writing, that's expositing. And I suppose you could make that work in the right context. But in the context of how they are trying to present it, I think, because a lot of the stuff is also presented closer to first person, or closer to present tense. Here is this combat going on. It doesn't work. Very tense in the moment. I couldn't hear my own scream above theirs. Versus, yeah, no, I was looking.
The gas station was
I saw
closer
pages.
now.
I kept
It's
finding
like
them.
welcoming in the darkness.
And I started searching for them.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Barry Burster is the
I
best
do like how you can always see light in the distance of where you're trying to go, slowly getting closer.
The famous dog is...
Those little things are part of the art of level design, where they do things like that to draw your attention without putting a neon sign that says "Go here." In those cases, those might literally be neon signs, but they aren't telling you to come here. You're just seeing neon signs, and it's the only thing of note that you can really see in this landscape. That is otherwise fairly hostile towards you. You know, it is either hostile, outright hostile, or indifferent at best.
Yeah, they do a good job of that with this game. And also, hey look, you turn on the light and all of the creepy effects go away, music calms down, because you have created an island of safety. It heals you to stand in it. But then I step out, everything's creepy again.
Now when you look up, what do we see when we look up? Does the spooky effect break?
Alright, let's see. We got a pretty spooky effect going on. And when you look up, yeah, it's just kind of moving past. It doesn't break as much as I had been told that it breaks, but maybe the effect is specific to when it's stronger.
It doesn't really look all that bad. It just looks like smoke.
Yeah.
Also, the battery in your flashlight is garbage. I can't believe Duracell wanted their name on this. My batteries ran out this quickly, I'd want my money back.
What did we get? TV in the gas
I
station.
stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet.
Oh, so hello,
The place
Pegasine.
was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place,
Oh,
or
hello.
that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
But yeah, like, let's face it, there's a lot that I can look at that point to in this game and say, yeah, that's kind of corny or bland, or that didn't work out too well going for as we move forward. There's weird collectibles where it's like, yeah, no, collect the coffee thermoses that just are around. Why? 'Cause At least the manuscript kind of makes sense. They provide extra lore by being a collectible. It works out. Sometimes the little surprises they do are effective jumps.
Oh man, have you played Metroid Prime yet?
No.
You know, you think for it being a first-party Nintendo title, more people would have played it, but no. Especially for how much people say it was so good, but so many of my friends just apparently never picked it up. Seems like it'd be a good series to play Metroidvania, but it also still has its roots in horror. You seem to like your spooky dreams.
It's such a back and forth thing for me, because there are so many points where I will openly say, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of horror. But I think it's just that I'm not a huge fan of horror movies because of the way that the pacing is different.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help. But I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Ooh, more shotgun ammo. Shotgun ammo is very useful. And televisions! This is one of the other collectibles in the game, but honestly...
Science.
Television.
I love these ones the most.
You're grabbing a whole dang CRT and putting that in your pocket?
No.
Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed.
In Night Springs.
In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide.
So these are just the Twilight Zone.
Take a courageous man to change the script.
With the serial number filed off.
Pretty much, yeah.
Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Now, if only they could remember to do that for the copyrighted music.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
Wait, so are these entire dang episodes?
Gaze upon quantum
not entire, it's just a few minutes.
Poor Dr. Colvin.
There you go.
Filled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have
What do these
left
collectibles
the crate
do for you?
unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat in Night Springs.
Yep, there we go. That's the episode. And one of the plot points that is in this game is that Alan Wake has written some episodes of Night Springs.
Oh boy.
Was that one of his? The world may never know. But yeah, the entire point of that one was, oh yeah, no, he has made a device. Every time he pulls the trigger, or every time he pulls the trigger on that gun, he makes sure that his timeline is the one where... There you go. His timeline is the one where the gun didn't fire. But that means there was a timeline where it did fire. And of course, we see the timeline where it did fire on the second time. How did that happen? Well, obviously, someone accidentally unplugged the device.
As you might it can be.
God, that's creepy, just with how much wind it would have to take to do that.
Patience.
Well, how light are... What kind of wood is that?
Tree.
There are many different kinds of trees. There are trees that are very dense and very heavy, and there are trees that you could lift over one shoulder. Like getting some, hardwood, like an old oak to your shoulder will probably break your shoulder. A balsa wood tree, you could carry that around and make yourself look like you're carrying the weight of 10 men. I mean, you're really not.
Destroyed. Then red car.
Because, like, I could see that if that was like a balsa tree.
You know what? It might be.
Professional!
Anyway, welcome, Carl Stuckey. Who managed to take 4 shotgun rounds to the chest.
Stuckey's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come.
It's all the endurance training.
Gas station alive.
I know, what kind of tree do you think these are? Like, obviously this is a pine forest. It's gonna be some kind of pine tree. Likely made specifically for the purpose of being harvested like this. They're also fairly large logs. Like,
I think that it is likely that there are heavier type of wood just because it's pine. I don't actually know what a balsa looks like. It might actually be a pine, I don't know. But there's a whole bunch of different factors to consider in like how strong the wind would have to be to blow that stuff around.
yeah.
Like, you won't necessarily need hurricane force wind, and, well, it's already suspended in the air, so it takes a lot less energy to move it around than you'd think.
Yeah, that's
After
fair.
the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting.
And I could understand you thinking it'd take that much energy if it were still, like, if it were being blown from sitting on a surface. Don't seem to be the case.
Oh.
Stuckey spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stuckey looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
And to his credit, Alan Wake did evidently write this whole manuscript and everything in that in just 1 week's time. It takes a long time to write stuff.
Yeah. Especially if you're doing it, like, or schedule as opposed to
The
because you
garage
want
was
to
a
or because
mess.
you're inspired.
It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Ah. Nothing is quite like the decorations on walls at these in-between places to tell you how much care a team has for the game that they are making. Because they don't have to put pictures of beaches and whales, killer whales around here. They don't have to put the map of this area, which shows us, hey, we've got Cauldron Lake, that's where we're supposed to be, which you might notice already, there is not an island in the middle of Cauldron Lake on this map. Never noticed that before.
How do you lose an entire island?
Easy credit, car and van rental, cabin rental, sell money orders, quick
It's
car
impressive
wash.
that they managed to misplace the entire island.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to make these, I assume, jawbreakers of some kind, but who knows, they might be a sour candy. You don't have to make models for that. You don't have to make multiple different colors of the model to have different things. Granted, the effect does lose a little bit when you have more of them stacked over here instead, but, you know. Ooh, the 68th Annual Deer Fest, September 15th to 18th. Games and activities, raffle tickets, fishing competition, pie contest, and surprise competitions. Live music. For the children, Bucktooth Charlie afternoons, and Montgomery the Mystic's amazing phantasmagoria in the evenings. Don't miss the legendary Deer Fest parade. That's a lot of sunglasses. They sell propane though. Oh, nice. And bards!
They sell propane and accessories.
Smile, you're being watched by our surveillance camera. No, I'm not. You don't have a surveillance camera in here.
Is that an ATM in front of you?
That is an ATM in front of me.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah, ATMs all have surveillance cameras.
Inside of them?
Yep.
Huh. You know, I mean, that would be very clever. That is...
Great Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
That's how you lose
Please,
the whole island.
I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
I do like the big sweeping camera as it just moves through the forest. And as promised, there is no island in Cauldron Lake. Title drop and music. Music that we are going to be skipping over because, right here, this is the way that this game works. It's cut into episodes. It was not an episodic release.
No, it's done like Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah. So, this was episode 1. There are 5 episodes plus 2 DLC episodes. Each episode ends by cutting to genuine, honest-to-God credit-type sequence, complete with its own music going over it.
All copyrighted.
Not all copyrighted. One of them is The Poet and the Muse, and that one we will listen to in its entirety because it is worth it, and it was made specifically for this game, so it should be fine.
You want to check that first? It should be fine. Does not really say.
And then we get it previously on Alan Wake before you can have a save screen.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
They should have done that when you started the next episode.
Yeah.
Because that makes more sense.
Well, yeah, no, this is starting the next episode, but the problem is that you cannot save between episodes. You can do an episode select, which gives you this as your start. But you cannot say, okay, I'm saving the game and continuing from my save. You'd have to go to the chapter select.
This is nonsensical.
It is. Like I said, I can find problems with this game. That's not too difficult. I like it regardless.
No game is without its flaws. Yeah, no. No game is without its flaws, but the games that are really good are good in spite of them.
Yeah, no. This game is good in spite of its flaws.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up. Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
This is a nice house. Even if it does appear to live in the middle of a void in space.
Dude, this is a nice house. The void's just part of the bonus.
You know what? That's fair.
This is perfect to make your evil lair in.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
And just think, it's in a void in space. No need for lawn care.
I like how they have a TV, but they haven't bothered to unpack it. This doesn't look like a house that was just moved into. This is full of art, well, apartment, I guess, but like...
Oh, apartment. It's significantly less impressive now.
That is unfortunately just how New York tends to work.
New York is so disappointing.
Yeah. So many people insist that, hey, it's an apartment, yeah, but it's a really fancy apartment, therefore it's better than having a house. I pay a premium to have this space. But, like, there are all these books on these shelves. What are some of these books? The Snowy Hills. Mom's Survival Guide. Another copy of Snowy Hills. Oh, they're repeating. The Human Island.
Listen. Extra artists cost money.
Yeah.
It's hard enough for me to draw a regular picture. I can't imagine what it's like to have to draw very precise textures designed to loop perfectly.
Yeah, no, I can't fault them for repeating textures on this. Like, my only wish is that I could look at these closer with,
in higher resolution?
Higher resolution would be nice, because, like, some of these, it's like, I can't really read this.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of...
change. Like, I don't know if these are meant to be a bunch of... I don't know what many of these are meant to be.
I think a lot of them are supposed to be, like, filler, but they went for stuff that at least sound kind of plausible.
Yeah. Honestly, I expected that they would have just filled one of the shelves with Stephen King novels.
Oh, no. You gotta be careful with that, because lawyers will say no on the off chance that Stephen King says, no, I don't want my face there.
they directly quote him multiple times.
Oh,
think
hey,
that they
I just finished
were
those cover
in
mock-ups.
talks.
They're on your desk.
The difference
Tell
is
me
that
what
a
you
direct
think.
quote can be done
No
as a
kidding.
part of
I didn't think you'd
citations
get them
and
done this
like
quickly.
research
On
papers, articles, and
occasion,
so on.
I can perform all sorts
And
of
like, I guess you
miracles, my
can
dear.
talk about the books, but putting them in there is active product placement,
hey.
which can be interpreted as a support for the product. So, I mean, also,
I get you.
would it really make sense for this guy to have a line of Stephen King books?
I will say, he does have a trophy made of handguns. Like, I'm jumping back a solid, like, 40 minutes of conversation here to what Vile was saying earlier
I'm completely
about
lost.
So, Vile was mentioning earlier the dissonance of you're playing a character that's never fired a gun before,
I
and
remember
nothing
now.
preventing you from firing like a trained killer. Like, he does mention shooting at a range. He has a trophy for shooting at a range. Either that, or he just made some gold leaf around a pair of pistols and decided, I'm putting this on the shelf myself. But I'm going to trust that he's actually a reasonably good shooter. Again, with QR codes. But yeah, it's... I don't know. I'm having trouble finding the right words, but
yeah, articulating.
They're good about including detail in this.
I like it when they do that.
And let's see, we have the previous books that Alan Wake made: Return to Sender, What I Can't Forget, Alex Casey, The Things That I Want, and The Fall of Casey.
Isn't it kind of vain to have a bookshelf full of your own books?
I mean... they're next to the trophies, and he is an award-winning writer, so maybe that's just part of the trophy part of the shelf. Also, delightful that I had to just lean in closer to my monitor to try and read these, only to find out if I pressed F, it wasn't going to have Alan say, "Ah, yes, my own books. I grew to hate this character." But also, I love how these are all Alex Casey thrillers, and his name is the biggest thing on them, followed by the subtitle, and the actual branding of it is the smallest part of the text. Alright, that's the thing I'm examining. Oh, another manuscript page. The sudden stop.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Alan?
Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Now we're back to the present.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
And yeah, I have read a Stephen King novel before. I'm aware that the writer name being larger is very common for writers that are well-known enough. Like,
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure.
You gotta fight so hard to get any recognition
trout
in the
or
industry,
salmon,
it
on
makes
the other
sense.
hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
but yeah, it's, I don't know.
I'll take
it's
your
one of
word
those
for it,
things
Doc.
That always, I don't know. Let's see, who do we got here?
Thank you for
Missing
testing the lights,
a
Miss
cat.
Weaver.
Missing
Everything seems to be fine.
some people who I think are the developers. Missing. Disappeared. Knack for winning content. Knack for winning contests. Yeah, that's really helpful. Oh, these might all be developers. Richard Bogg, Bruce Dansky, Jacob Miller. On a camping trip overdue, haven't been in contact. If you see them and know their whereabouts, please call this number. Yeah, I think that those are developers, and this person, literally identifying features knack for winning contests, they might have won a contest to show up in this game in some capacity.
Come in, Mr. Wake.
Sounds
Your
about
phone's
right.
on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot
Mr.
called
Wake, can I
Lover's
help
Peak.
you with anything?
Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor.
Alice
looked
needs
through
a
the
shadow.
viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here. Hey! Hey, you! Can you help me? Can you turn the lights on? Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen, you gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
You know what? With everything that's happening to us, I find that plausible.
I told him, oh yeah, well, I don't hear where on your...
This could literally be a trap. They could close the door behind me, and the fact that there was a manuscript page would have lured me in here 100% of the time.
Human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
You know, I can never decide which shoulder I prefer to look over in this.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the sheriff's department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deer Fest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Alright. Over off this way. We're going through the hole in the fence. Alright. Which, hey, if we hit the focus, turns out...
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station.
There we go.
There was something for me.
And of course... We can't do this a sneaky way. We can't just push it aside a bit. We have to kick down the wooden barricade to get another manuscript.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands.
He's definitely not the brightest knife in the crayon box, is he?
The waterfall
no.
behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing. Force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
I have a feeling like we're going to be back here. And like I said, it has been genuine years since I last played this game, so I don't know for certain when or where anything is going to happen. I remember a few set pieces, some of which are just a delight. You okay there, buddy?
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Am I okay there, buddy? Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna turn the lights off for him to sleep. He wanted the lights
all
on.
the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my! Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
I do love how Alan
What the hell was that about,
sees
Al?
his face
We
on a
don't
book
need a replay of that
and
thing
declares
with
it
the
punchable.
paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
And then actually punches
sees him in person and punches him in the face.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Do you
and everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No, this whole thing, listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
Cool.
If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
Once again, here is a very large structure off in the distance that you are going to be heading towards for a long time, and it's going to be lit up at night because of course it will. Radio masts have all those blinky lights on
You're
them.
asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
Oh, I wanted to go out this way. Ooh, first aid box. Why would I want to go to a first aid box? Why did they model a first aid box? You get health from standing in light. Maybe there was a point where you didn't do that. The skeleton of a Columbian mammoth, Mammuthus columbi. This specimen, estimated to be 14,000 years old, was recovered from the La Brea tar pits in 1981. It was donated to the Elderwoods National Park in 1998, when the Columbian mammoth became Washington's state fossil. Named Bucktooth Charlie, it has since become the park's official mascot.
States have official fossils?
States have official everything. It's madness.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Once again, Alan Wake just gets access to the nicest places. This is a fantastic cabin.
This is not your regular cabin. Jeez, this is This is my cabin, and they show you a picture of his chateau.
I'm not going to turn off the lights. That would be mean to Barry. Hello,
do the
bird.
people get distressed when you do that?
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al.
Locking the door now.
Alright, Barry. Barry doubts Wake's sanity. Who would have guessed?
Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry. Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest. I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Oh no, Pegasine. That Alan and Alice are already married. I don't think that would be necessary. Another radio.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own
Pegasine, you
Dr.
better
Nelson
not be
has
spending
just
large
parked
amounts
his
of
rear
money
end in
on
the studio.
OnlyFans.
Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Alright. It's delightful little bits of lore. Though I will say, I'm pretty sure that at some point, they originally intended to have shadow dogs as enemies in this. Delightful.
How do you deal with shadow dogs? Spooky ones?
One moment. I do have to check on some messages I'm getting. Okay. So the shadow dogs, I'm pretty sure that they set up, all right, dog went missing into the woods. They have a modeled dog that you see in this area. Dog, in fact, didn't just go missing, it went completely wild. And just ran off on its own.
Was doggedly determined to get away.
Yeah. And Alan Wake even mentions in one of the manuscripts, I think, that, hey, the dog had gone missing. But he never says he's attacked by dogs in it, I don't think. Because I think that at some point they decided, you know what, we don't want to program this in as an additional enemy. So I'm pretty sure that they're not in the game. Good old Alan. Totally doesn't have to be destructive. Ooh, another episode of The Scary Door.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark, believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
I like the Night Springs episodes. Agnipathy, you know more about birds than I do.
Yes.
Do crows usually fly like that?
No.
Okay, good to know. I already know from other things that we have done together that you're not particularly fond of when a story says, "Hey, crows, right? They are inherently evil."
No animal is inherently evil.
I have no idea what page this was. I picked it up, and I guess my mouse moved the tiniest fraction of a pixel, so it didn't focus on it.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror.
He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
And that is one of the twists that I love about this game.
Oh, what was it?
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Other people are finding the pages.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me!
I mean, they're just lying around.
Yeah, but it means that they're not just metaphysical manifestations for Alan Wake to see.
Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone?
That's true.
Please
Hello?
help! Back here! I'm back here! Hey!
Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Another page.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Actually, is Rusty back there a cop? Or is he just a park ranger?
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty! Rusty!
I don't think I want to go that way.
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
I just need hunting licenses.
He's gone. Dog's gone.
Please don't feed the animals.
I don't think that hole is mammoth-sized. We have a mammoth right there to compare against.
Fishing
is only permitted
for those visitors who purchase a park
fishing
license. Obey
the park ranger's instructions
at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never
go closer than 100 yards.
To bears and wolves, never approach any other closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed
At all times.
Never leave your
pet unattended.
It is
against the law
to remove any
natural objects
or historical artifacts from the park
grounds.
This includes even you, mate.
I go on the river.
Or even simple berries.
11 shots to take him down. Safety of a pool of light.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
What will this page tell us?
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
The revolver does not have infinite spare ammo. You can actually see it in the upper right corner. The one that isn't covered by Agnipathy. I have 7 shots in reserve, plus the 6 shots that are in the revolver. The game is pretty generous about revolver ammo, and there are a few points where you can stock up to the maximum cap of like 46 shots, or 46 shots in reserve. Maybe only 42. So you're allowed to miss some. On Nightmare, you're not really allowed to miss.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Yeah, now this is another game, I think, where the UI... Moonshine Cave, site of frequent bootlegger activity through Prohibition. But yeah, this is another game where I think that the UI hasn't quite scaled perfectly with the advancements in technology and resolution. Though it does have a full 4K resolution option available, so they did patch that in. Or they were really good at future-proofing their design with resolution options being able to scale naturally. And this is one of the mechanics of the game that they don't advertise, but if enemies show up behind you, then the camera will swing around to show you those enemies. But if enemies show up not quite directly behind you, the camera doesn't swing around. You do not keep ammo and guns between episodes because every episode ends with a hard break point. It is a spot where you are naturally going to put down whatever weapons you have. Manuscript page. Barry
Nobody
meets
in
Rose.
Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Yeah, you don't keep anything between the episodes, which it works for how they've designed this game. I like the spooky. Stand in the light. Get more shotgun ammo. 8 shots. So you are allowed to carry in this a short-range weapon, a flare gun, which we haven't picked up for this episode yet, a long gun, which is either going to be the shotgun or the rifle. And the rifle is better because it does a little bit more damage than the shotgun and has much longer range. Flashbang grenades, and road flares. And this is our introduction to a new enemy type. Big guys.
Oh, extra large enemies are an entirely separate class.
Yeah, they take more shots to take out. And hopefully another one doesn't show up because I will just have to run because I am almost completely out of ammo. Turns out I was misreading the thing. The number is exactly how many shots you have left, not how many you have left in the search. Emergency box, get some revolver ammo. Alright, good. Bring us up to 15. They just don't like letting me have phones. Remember when I said the thermoses were a collectible item in this game?
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Why are they collectible items?
Because it's really good coffee.
I never understood why people like coffee so much. Well,
because it's addictive.
Tasting.
I turned the corner.
Oh yes, very much so.
Beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason. Packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
I will take that health top off. Like, a more practical reason to make the coffee a collectible is actually, yes, caffeine, because you are doing everything at night, and yet the game still has segments going on in the day. Constantly. Alan Wake must be hella sleep deprived.
Or he's a narcoleptic.
Hmm. Darn, I guess the instructions were correct and I should just stay on the hiking trails. Through Tree. Excellent name for it. And of course it's blocked off. Motor vehicles prohibited. No littering. Dogs must be leashed at all times. Dates from 1846. The tree this ring was cut from started growing in 1846, the year the Oregon Treaty was signed. Other notable events marked on the rings. 1854, the Washington Territory was formed. 1878, the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the town itself. 1889, Washington was granted statehood. 1929, tree damaged in a forest fire. 1970, the Bright Falls Mining Co. closes its doors after a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake. Which, hey, they mentioned that earlier. 1980, Mount St. Helens erupts. 1987, tree felled by storm. It must have been one hell of a storm.
I mean, it probably could have been a severe windstorm, but if the tree was rotting with age or was damaged, it would have probably fallen.
And they do mention it being damaged a few times, so yeah. Alright, I tried going this way, but... Oh. You know, sometimes the answer is really simple. It's just, that's just a one-way gate. A manuscript page.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him,
and he didn't like the
You're
trees
talking about
or the
manuscripts this entire
coffee. He now
time.
knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately
Do you
wanted to
know what
turn
has
the
got
car
me
around
thinking
and
of?
just drive until he passed
What?
out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a
Do you really want to know?
at any cost.
I mean, I know what it reminds me of. It reminds me of when I was playing one of the Tropico games, and Penultimo insists someone has stolen my manuscript and published it under a pseudonym.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of this particular picture.
Oh no, I will have to look at that much later.
I mean,
You know what? I will look at that whenever I have to break for food, because I will have to do a lunch break for a stream this long.
I mean, it's the kind of picture that'd be very good to show on screen.
Very well.
Oh wait, this is one of those games that's not Alt-Tab friendly, is it?
Oh, it's Alt-Tab friendly enough. It's
Enough.
it's just difficult for me to one moment, and I can actually get it.
Like that, I don't know why I find that picture so amusing. I'm probably the only one that does.
Let me just... This is the picture that Agnipathy was talking about.
No context. It's incredible.
Delightful.
The complete lack of context is what makes it.
Yeah, no,
I have yet to find any context if you want to know. I'm still looking.
Good luck. I'm guessing that that's cropped and that there's more text explaining the manuscript, what manuscripts this was mentioned in, but man, I do not trust this.
Manuscripts.
Look,
Must be their fault.
I just want to get up there. That's all. Oh, hey, that wasn't as bad as it could have been.
I mean, it can be significantly worse. So, yeah, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. For if these guys blurred enough, though, it looks like they're wearing fursuits.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Yep.
Because that's the way the story goes.
Well, seriously,
Yeah,
if you're talking about needing the flashlight, why don't they just get, like, floodlights?
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first
Like,
arrived.
you'd think that would be a
He
consideration?
knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's
I mean,
Peak.
it's
There
funny you
was
should
no
mention
way this
it.
was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up.
In what way?
How's that, huh? Ah! Filthy monster! Stop fighting me! Like that, boy? Huh? Wait, where'd that one go? Hear that? It's them.
stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it! Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open, Wait. Move it or lose it. Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe. Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more players here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. That's right. You just keep coming. Just die already. Die! Stop moving! That's what I got!
I stand with Alan Wake's insistence of give me the goddamn gun.
We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program,
Just
Wake.
make sure you got the ammo for it.
That's right. You just keep coming. Just die already. Die!
Because the thing is, he will ignore some of the enemies, instead focusing on...
That's what I got for you!
He will ignore some enemies who are exposed.
Monster!
A problem?
There was a loud boom.
Sounds like a problem to me.
A piece of cake, Wake. Keep coming. I've been hurt. Just die already, die!
He will also miss more often than I would, and switch between targets instead of taking one down so that there are less threats.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial.
Should we get you Resident Evil 4 then?
What the hell are you talking about?
No.
Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript.
Why?
or she's gonna suffer bad.
I've actually tried to play Resident Evil 4 before. I did not like it. I got far, but like, I don't know, it wasn't for me. I didn't like the specific way that the balance held itself. Because I understand that for certain types of horror game, the intention is you want to maintain tension constantly.
You'll be sorry. No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
Yeah, generally it's a good idea that if you want your game to feel tense, that you maintain the tension.
Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own. Something
I've got two thoughts, so I'm going to hold on this for Paige for a moment.
Things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign. And nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant until now.
So first thought is Resident Evil. There's something about the specific balance that they held with that game where I completely understand you're trying to maintain the tension, but they do it in a way that didn't work well for me. Alan Wake maintains the tension by introducing new enemies, yes, but also by just saying, here's more of what you already know. I am going to take this situation and complexify it by changing up the area you're in, or making it so that you have more limited ammo of a certain type. Yes, there are sections like this where I did not like how it landed. I was frustrated by the specific mechanics in that it feels unresponsive rather than just simply adding tension. But it was a small section. Areas that add tension are areas where you don't know if the game is going to be throwing something new at you, or if it's going to be throwing a lot of things at you, or just the general plot elements that you're hitting, or these story beats of, here is this additional danger. Being almost pushed off a cliff had its moments of tension there. For Resident Evil, specifically Resident Evil 4, so much of what it was here is the same enemy design or puzzle elements, except now they are tankier. Now they take more damage to take down, or more specialized ways of dealing damage. You shoot off enemies' heads because you need to retain ammo, but if you shoot them in the head, then it might explode and have a giant parasite monster pop out. And then there's more varieties of parasite monster. It is frustrating to deal with.
I personally did not find it too bad, but I also had my kits and more knowledge to deal with it.
Yeah, and like, you get weapon upgrades. You get lots of weapon upgrade options. You get all these ways that you can mess around with things and really improve your standing, but you get them at about the same rate that the game is ramping up difficulty. It feels good to get upgrades that feel strong rather than upgrades that feel like this was necessary for you to maintain just barely being able to get through. Even if
Oh no,
strong,
you got the TMP, didn't you?
Even if getting strong only lasts for a short amount of time. Honestly, I have no idea what I got. Again, it's been a while since I played it. It was a long time ago that I played it, and I will admit, I'm pretty sure that I got the Wii remake. And
man, yeah, you did all the wrong things.
Yeah. So, is it something that I could potentially enjoy? Yes. There are plenty of things for that genre that I could potentially enjoy. Alan Wake does not advertise itself critically as a horror game. It advertises itself as a thriller. And that is the distinction I find most important. I like the narrative flow of this. I like where it goes, the lows, the highs, everything about that, which has certainly got horror elements. But it's a different genre by a hair.
I think I get you, because I have kind of the same deal with Metroid Prime. I wasn't really into first-person shooter style games, but Metroid Prime was advertised as a first-person adventure.
Yeah.
I got into it, and it got me into the series very well, and warmed me up to the idea of like first-person games.
There you have it. Now, the other thing that I wanted to talk about that was brought up by this page is how much of all of Alan Wake's life is self-fulfilling prophecy. How much of what he wrote about his life only happened that way because he wrote about it. Because Alice, afraid of the dark, he writes that she is afraid of the dark. He writes the details of why she's afraid of the dark. Why it is such a bad fear. It's not simply the lack of light, it is a presence in the darkness.
Here's the big question about it. Which came first?
No one can say for certain, because there are no less than 3 groups at play here. I'll point it out more when we get further down the line, but we've already seen at least one of those groups that is at play.
I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Well, might as well go down this way. Oh, right! I can't just disarm these. I might be able to shoot them.
Someone warned me about these traps. I wouldn't want to get caught in one of them. Those teeth look nasty.
I like how they handle that, of having, yeah, they've got the traps, but you have a flashlight. It's causing a reflection on them. They shine. They have a lot of them. Revolver ammo, my beloved. Where is that radio mast? Nowhere in sight. Going this way? No, this is the way we came. Excuse me while I get lost in the woods.
Okay. Where should we go if we're looking for you?
In the woods.
We have a forest. Does that work?
Forests do tend to be made out of wood. I think that will work.
Now, what if we have a forest made out of ice?
Alright, I thought that I could climb up that, but maybe I can't. Darn. Invisible walls telling me that there aren't secrets up that way. Wait a second, I was just over here. I going up this way? No, definitely not. Where on earth am I going? Alright, back in the direction of all of the traps in the universe, because evidently I did find the right way when thinking that I had instead found a secret. These things have a slightly larger hitbox than I thought. Yeah, this is where I got to. Oh, manuscript page.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
This way. Oh. No, this is the way that I came. Again. What? One moment. Okay. Walked down this way. All this zigzag. Turned left because there's all the traps in the world. It appears to be the direction that I want to go. But when I go this way, I find just a drop down here. Is this death? That's death.
Wait, have you come back?
Yes, I've come back. Sorry, I keep forgetting that we have different microphones.
You'll be sorry. No, come back here. I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice. Do you hear me?
I just saw you take a nice fall.
Yeah.
He had Alice.
How was your trip?
And he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next
Lethal.
This is why you need to use like one of those booking apps if you really want to go on a trip.
I get it, because the book.
I don't get it. What did I say?
Booking apps, because this is all everything going on here is happening in the book.
What the hell?
It hurt like hell. I was stuck.
Did I? How many times did I miss this log? Many of times.
One or two?
Script page. Bitch. Broke. There we are, the hunting rifle. Now, I always preferred the hunting rifle to the shotgun. Probably because it has 5 rounds in before you have to reload.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here. It was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Well, if you like your quality over quantity when it comes to bullets, probably helps.
Oh no, quantity has a quality all its own.
There's a quality to quantity, but it's not economical.
Oh, definitely not.
And when you're playing survival horror games, you want economical. Doing a ton of bullets is useful if you can make them all hit reliably. or if missing them is actually is still cost effective. But I should believe that you would like to avoid those kinds of guns in most cases if you're short on space and need accuracy.
Yeah.
In a game like this, where it seems that you don't really have a limit as to how many... Like, do you have different storage for each set of bullets?
Yes.
So, the bullets that you are carrying for your shotgun do not change at all the amount of bullets you can carry for your handgun, right? So, like, in that case, yeah, there's no problem with carrying your high quantity weapon. Especially because it doesn't seem that you have a limit on the number of weapons that you can carry, and nor does it seem to have any impact on your ability to move.
Well, there is technically a limit to the weapons you can carry.
Is the limit beyond this? What is the limit more than what the game gives you, or less than what the game gives you?
I think that there are late parts of the game, some parts later in the game, where you do get access to. Where you can get a chance to have either a hunting rifle or a shotgun.
So, on one hand, that does kind of go into the idea of limited space, but it has no effect on the one that I was actually talking about.
Yeah.
But even in that case, like shotgun versus sniper, they typically, admittedly, those tend to be weapons with high power, lower ammunition amounts. With sniper having less ammunition, but having the advantage of either being armor piercing or penetrating through multiple enemies or both. Where shotguns, wide blast typically tends to have a lot of knockback and be really good at knocking things down.
Yeah. Alright, we have reached the next set piece. Which is a watermill. Watermill that is falling apart beneath our feet.
But, yeah. In a game like we were talking about earlier, Resident Evil 4, in that one, you have to make space for the weapons that you carry and the ammunition. Which means that it becomes a decision between which guns you're going to carry with you, because you can't just put them in a box for later. That might change, I don't know, in the remake. But because of that little issue of storage and inventory space, you can't just grab every weapon you come across and have no problem with it. So, like in that case, you would have to worry about is taking the SMG worth it when you could take another weapon that fills that role better.
Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning.
But on the other hand, if, like in this case, where you're not worried about carrying off all of the bullets, then there's not a problem at all. You can just take that with you, since there's no limit to... Taking it with you doesn't impede you in any way, so there's no disadvantage to taking it. That actually does remind me of something from Resident Evil 4. The type of ammunition that drops in that game the bullets that drop depend on the kinds of guns that you own. So if you don't buy, I think it's typical for people not to buy the SMG.
Site was a mess.
So
the game won't
SMG ammo.
Pushed off the cliff.
Yeah, you won't get SMG ammo because SMGs aren't as useful as other types of weapons.
They did that in Dead Space too.
Nobody there. It's weird.
Yep.
Don't you think that's weird?
And so because you ain't getting ammo for weapons that you don't have, you get more ammo that is actually usable. So it's to your advantage to avoid picking up stuff you're not going to use. Mind you, it would be nice to know that on your blind playthroughs, because otherwise you have to be looking up stuff ahead of time. Or you have to deal with the issue of, I brought all these guns to try them out, and now I'm finding ammo that I can't use. I think you know that kind of situation, right?
I definitely do. I swear someone is firing off a cannon outside.
In the game?
No. Alright, I am once again completely lost. Because I thought the other way that I was looking was, oh hey, here's some secret. No? There's the way that I have to go. Which sucks because there's some physics that have happened to the thing up here that make it harder to jump onto. Oh, yep. There was a ladder. I think this is the chapter that you get lost in the most. I could be wrong.
Beware of Widowmakers!
Oh, more hunting rifle ammo. Manuscript.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Well, it's been about 3 hours, so I'm gonna go take a break and get myself some dinner and stuff.
That actually sounds like a plan. I think that next time I get a good stopping point, I am going to take a brief pause to eat as well.
Okay, well then, I'll catch you later, because I got a couple of things to do.
Yep, and I will continue as soon as I have finished eating, and you're free to drop in as soon as you are ready to drop back in.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you soon.
Patient.
All right. I think that manuscript from before was Alan Wake, Here's a Chainsaw. I swear that's not a difficulty setting thing. I think that I just am using those flares more freely than I did before.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Alright, and that's as good a pausing point as any. So, I'm gonna leave the stream up while I am away. But I will be turning off sound. And I will, I guess, say something and make noise when I'm back. This should not be too terribly long, maybe about 15 minutes. So I will see you at about the 45 to 50 minute mark. And as promised, only about 15 minutes and I'm back. Here we are, right back in our little dome of safety. We can imagine Alan Wake really was just sitting here eating a pizza. Don't ask where the pizza box was. He had it delivered. He does have a cell phone that's working right now. One of the shadow guys just walked up with the pizza box, walked into the light, wasn't a shadow guy anymore, and said, oh yeah, that's why I was over here.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Revolver ammo, batteries. Let's see, a pile of guns and a pile of bones. Subtle they ain't.
I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
No, this is not my first time playing Alan Wake. This is, technically a third playthrough, although I don't think I finished the second one, because I had tried to play on Nightmare mode, and I decided that it just wasn't as fun doing that. I do love the argument that is made there. Like, even independent of where it fits in the story itself, I like the description of, yeah, no, for a story to feel right, it is a living, breathing thing. It turns into its own life. You can't just force a story to do what you want.
Learn about nature and yourself.
Come out again? But this is just the start. I will be playing, manuscript. I will be playing, and it's one where it messed up and I can't see which thing it was. Oh well. I will be playing Quantum Break after I finish this, which probably not going to be tonight, even if I am doing an extra long stream. Hunting rifle ammo, that's good. Is that fully? No, that is not fully loaded. And I have not played Quantum Break. And I have only played half of Control, which I'm going to be playing after that. I count American Nightmare, honestly, as part of Alan Wake, especially because I'm expecting that they're going to continue with that having been a canon event in Alan Wake 2 whenever they make that. Which, who knows? Maybe I can hope and it will actually be a thing once, I just saw a gate physics itself into oblivion over there. Huh. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing DLC chapters and American Nightmare. As well as any DLC or added content that exists. The other games that Remedy has made that I will be playing currently. That's kind of the point that I'm going for all of this, is just the big Remedy playthrough. only distinction is if it is what I have been told about it, or if Quantum Break is how it has been described to me, then I probably won't be getting the true ending, simply because I'm told that that requires doing multiple full playthroughs with only small differences as you choose different points.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
You know what, I'll agree to that.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need... a week.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. Not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Even though we're not there yet, I will talk a bit about American Nightmare while we're still setting up, or while we're still on the way. I really liked American Nightmare. I know that it didn't do as well because it had more of an action game feel, but
Ow! Ow,
I mean, it focuses on a time loop. What more could I want?
This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Open the door now. They're gone.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared.
The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back.
No joke, I was genuinely worried that Barry was going to be dead by the time I got back to the cabin
For me,
the first
the
time I played
supernatural
this.
had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the
old dear diner.
Good girl.
And we're back to copyrighted music. Welcome to the problem that has been plaguing me this entire playthrough, because they are very good at choosing music for this. It's one of those horrible situations where licensed music really can improve the situation of a video game, but it also makes it harder to stream, which makes it harder to share the experience. And I get Alan Wake isn't that big a deal right now, even if they did release a remastered version that is different from what I'm playing, and finally relicense the music so that they could actually sell the game again. It's still... It's a shitty situation to run into. You'd think that, like, especially with them making a sequel, you'd really want to have an option to build up hype. But at the same time, I don't know if I would want a streamer mode that gives you that just cuts out all of this music that is specifically chosen for these purposes. Sometimes it really makes sense
Previously on Alan Wake,
to have those songs
Alice
in place.
has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers. Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
You know, once again, good focus this game has. drawing attention, yes, to the boat, but just leaving it there in the middle of that area for you to wonder about in the build-up to this moment. Or to notice and be like, how did I miss that?
Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag. Comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Now, if I'm right, this is the chapter that's going to end, or this is the episode that's going to end with the music I can let run.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Medicated by hate. I love the plausible books that are in these shelves. Even if this is kind of really creepy.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Delightful.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Ooh, a manuscript page.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Again, I love the delightful things like that add a little bit of tension. Things you couldn't possibly know in character, but now you do. Ooh, radio.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know,
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had argument with Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. Something's gonna happen. I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Alright, more music, blah blah blah, talking over that. Just running out of here. Again, there's...
Oh, you're gonna get it now.
I love the way the tension
God knows
builds,
what you've done to that poor
because
girl.
people don't know what's going on.
FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
That seems like a really big overreaction
Barry
for
behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on.
literally nothing.
Take it easy on him.
Get after it. Don't let him get away. Move it, move it, move it! I'll have your chance if you let him get away.
But yeah, I love the way that the game builds tension by saying, no one knows what's going on. This is just an average town for everyone who's living here. Maybe a bit off, but it's still not that different. Until it starts getting later on. things become more tense. They don't know why.
There he is!
They
We
just
have the suspect
know
in
that
sight.
something is off.
Okay, men, keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here. Move out. See him?
Oh, damn.
Hey, he's up here! Wait! Fan out! Sam, wait! Keep an eye out! God damn it! Where did he go? God damn it! Where did he go? Slipped away! Keep an eye out! He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
They better not blame me for that. You in there? You okay?
Come in, Agent Nightingale. This is Sheriff Breaker. Over.
Nightingale, over.
What on earth is going on? My deputies tell me you fired at Wake and he didn't have a gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
You stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm on my way. Out.
Good that at least someone is kind of on our side. You know, even if being on our side is more of a not being against me.
Search the area. Stay sharp.
Please do not throw another police car at me.
Over here! Hey! Who's there? Who are you?
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Yeah, I don't know how he thinks that I'm capable of doing all this. In the grand calculus of I'm the one who wrote the story that caused them to die, I very much am responsible.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run.
Actually, more important question. What is the budget of this small town police department? Was all of that federal stuff that the agent specifically brought in for the purpose of finding me? Did he bring a helicopter, or did they have a helicopter of their own already? I mean, I can understand saying, hey, we have a helicopter so we can handle all of this mountainous terrain for, you know, rescue operations. But that didn't look like a rescue helicopter. That looked practically military.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
You know, a less elegant way of handling this attaining the exact same results as what they're doing with these little radio radio broadcasts.
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
Huh. Would be by... I see. A less elegant way of handling it would be by having cutscenes that cut away periodically while you're going through these areas to show that, hey, here's what's going on with our other characters in between the bits,
I imagine
fits
that
and
the
starts of
broadcast
action.
tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
And I've seen people do that version. The fits and starts of action.
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. There was no power to the searchlight.
You know, power lines aren't hoses. They shouldn't be casting sparks out because there's a little bit of damage and still getting full
The old
effect.
generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again. took me a moment to recognize the flashing grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
And just like Resident Evil, which we were talking about earlier, flashbang grenades. The most useful thing you can imagine.
Silent.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Alright, more music. Hooray! Yeah, no, the guns are delightfully good in their sound design.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
You know, I gotta admire Alan Wake's resiliency to those flashbang grenades. He is dropping them directly in front of his face, and just... it is nothing to him. Broadcast through here? No? Okay. It is fun that we always get a section when we get these new grenade items to say, no, just you only have these. Use them. See how useful they are.
hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, hey.
It's Lorna Miles.
He's actually
Well,
a
hello,
model
Lorna.
inside there.
What do you have for us? Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park. What do you mean? It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect?
Oh
The
my
sheriff
God.
should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people. Well,
I don't think I've ever stood still
I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
long enough to hear this person talk.
Thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
No, don't play music. No. I'm walking in here. I'm interrupting you.
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in, folks. I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview. Come on in, Mr. Wake.
Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Oh, there we go. There's a revolver. And shotgun ammo, but no shotgun. Take a moment and sit back and play. Because I do love how much the audio design builds that sense of dread. Because I can step out and I no longer feel safe. It only takes a second and you feel safe the moment you hit light. Creates such a good sense that you need to run like hell. Which, I mean, that's to the game's credit. As with many games that follow any kind of a horror lead, if you analyze the game enough and just sit down and try doing things that are clearly not what you're supposed to be doing, you're gonna find out that there are ways where the developers gave you a lot more leeway than they actually made it seem. There are plenty of points where, yeah, no, if you just turn around and walk slowly backwards, you'll be able to get through the area fine, because the thing chasing you is matching your speed. But that means that there's still tension when you are sprinting at as fast as you can. And you want to sprint, because maybe there's some slight chance of damage while running. You don't want to go back to your last save at the very least.
Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
Oh, this was not progress. This was bonus content up here. Oops. But who knows? Maybe that's one of the manuscripts I have, or manuscript pages I haven't found yet. I love how demonic the crows sound. I love the sound design in general. I'm talking a lot of good things about this game, and I'm glad to be replaying it, because as much as there are things where I will look at and say, ah yes, this flaw that I looked over completely in my first play. There are far more things that I'm finding I feel vindicated about. And everything that I've seen tells me that Remedy didn't just take this and say, alright, that's the formula. They very much improved on everything that they learned here. Although I don't think they kept the mash to reload feature, which honestly remains probably my favorite implementation of a way to build tension I've yet seen in a video game.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Well, I got a bit stuck there. Alright, how do I switch which grenade I'm on? Alright, I don't know why I wasn't working before, but I guess it just wasn't. Nope, not that way. This way. Excuse me.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Hello, Barry. This is Barry, right?
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
No.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
I'll say for everything that this game gets overtly wrong, it does at least two things overtly right. Or at least two things subtly right. I am once again brought back to
wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework.
The sound of the scuba diver rebreather,
twitching.
When you're near secrets.
I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again. I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
The way that you can see these lights of things like the train moving through those rails.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
That was my face. That's very rude. Someone could have gotten hurt. Alright, you have fun down there.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me. As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
And also, there we have it, another instance of, hey, do you read Stephen King? We sure do.
Did you call 911?
Oh, hey, I see a television. You all know what that means. It's time for another episode of The Scary Door.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this.
It is a great detail.
Mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness...
Okay, so I just finished seeing that weird Night Springs episode, and what the hell?
Welcome back, Agnipathy. Let me just return you to the ceiling. There you are. What the hell is that, you never know what you're going to run into in Night Springs.
Did somebody just go all... Did something just go all alien on that guy?
Yeah, sorta, probably.
So
it has shades of Eldritch horror to it, but yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You missed, that I picked up a floodlight. Or rather, I pushed the floodlight at something that was kind of stuck to the ground, of course.
Question is, are you having fun?
Oh, I am.
Well, it's good that one of the characters on the screen seems to be having fun.
Oh, are you not?
Oh, I suppose it could be taken that way too. I was more talking between you and Mr. Wake.
Oh, Alan having a blast! See? You just blasted that truck.
How much therapy do you think Mr. Wake will require after this?
You know what? Let's hold that question until we see where the story ends. Because the answer may be a lot.
He's already at the point where I think the regular human being would require extensive therapy. He would already be on antipsychotics.
You know, the last time I played this area, I was still being really cautious about using flares. Even though there's so many pickups of them around that I fought that thing using almost exclusively flares, and I am still full on... I still have 11 of them, and I am full on batteries. But no, I was trying to fight it by just dodging out of the way, not using batteries to reload my flashlight, not using flares. If anything, this game really teaches you.
It's not trying to teach you anything. It's trying to tell you, please use the damn flare.
This glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine.
The cheating would be if it tried to nudge you towards it. This game's just telling it to you.
Pretty directly, yeah.
The coal mine wasn't far now.
Funny thing is, when we get to the DLC, we're actually going to drop down a difficulty to easy difficulty because they actually stepped up the tier of difficulty by one step.
And he would give me Alice.
For all of the
I wouldn't
DLC.
give him any other choice. A drowning man will.
And it was too much?
Straw.
Yeah. They don't want me to keep using the car, do they? I have to check. They want me to keep using the car.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
I don't think that would be textbook.
I don't think Mr. Wake reads your average textbook.
Yeah.
Someone tells me the kind of textbook he reads would be found at a police station.
He doesn't
in
like
the evidence room.
Oh no, he doesn't like spending time there either. He did try to leave as soon as he got inside one last time. Let's see. You did miss us being harangued by a federal officer who kept calling us the names of every author he could think of except of our own name. Who also tried shooting at us multiple times, and exclusively when there were other civilians in between us and him.
Wait, this is abnormal cop behavior in the United States?
I never said that. You know, I not only can't carry flares between chapters, I think that I might have already lost the flares that I got from that encounter.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
No music. None. We don't believe in music here. Unless it's by the old gods of Asgard. We like their music. Their music is okay.
Is it because they don't enforce absurd copyright?
It's because it was made specifically for the game. Instead of being licensed music, it is game music.
depending on the person you ask, that disqualifies it from being real music. I think those people are also very wrong.
Absolutely. Now, I will make a point here since we are on the subject. So, the sheriff is one of the characters that we only meet after Alan has already,
murdered a few people?
After he has already gotten to the point where he is ostensibly writing the story. And we're pretty clear that Alan is writing the story and that's affecting reality. This is no longer something to be cagey about. This is practically established.
Cage is another guy who writes
Spying on
books,
the writer
story
of the
games,
failure
and
had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Maud hadn't been impressed.
we make fun of them for a
He'd
reason.
gotten a good long look at the wife though, and he liked what he saw. Maud had
But
fantasized about
like I
going
said, the
away
sheriff
to
is a character is a character that he has met only after he was writing the story. Everyone else is perhaps a caricature of themselves, or perhaps just whoever they were before that point. Perhaps they gained more. But it could easily be argued that Sheriff Breaker is a good person specifically because Sheriff Breaker is not a person. What do I mean by that? I mean that Sheriff Breaker is someone who only exists in the story. And thus, they are Alan Wake's perception of what a good police officer should be.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
And a good police officer has already shot at innocents?
No. Sheriff Breaker pulled the guy away and basically stopped him on the spot from doing that. The bad guy is, I forgot his name. I actually cannot remember it off the top of my head. He only said it the once. We gotta be a good person here. Visitor parking. There we go.
You just parked in a handicap spot?
No. I don't have handicap spots here. This is rural America. What do you think?
Yes, rural America. Famously anti-cripple.
Oh, hey, coffee! This is gonna be good coffee. I'm sure of it.
Coffee. It makes America go.
But yeah, the person who shot at Alan was a federal agent, not the local agent. It might very well be in keeping, again, with his understanding of what to expect from them.
I mean, they're cops.
Yes, and Alan Wake is a fairly wealthy, middle-aged white man with absolutely nothing special about him to draw any attention whatsoever. He is exactly the kind of person you would expect to have a very high opinion of police officers, especially in like 2008 or whenever this game came out.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing
This
into
is
the
true.
broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Yeah, Agent Nightingale is the federal officer who shot at a bunch of civilians, pretending that he was shooting at us when really there was... If he was shooting at us, you'd think he would have shot better. Although maybe he is as drunk as everyone seems to think that he is.
I didn't want to go outside.
That or Alan Wake has
Cops
literal
had to be
plot
looking
armor.
for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me.
He's the main character.
On blind hope. It
And
was
the
all
author.
A waste of time. The bastard never
He has little
showed up.
plot armor because if he didn't, you would not be playing the game.
Ah, he's got literal plot armor because he's the one who wrote at the guy was shooting at him and wrote that he
Where
missed.
the hell are you?
That's what I mean. If he got killed, there wouldn't be a story that happened after that.
I'm through being jerked
What
around by you.
would be done.
I want to talk to Alice.
I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Caution. What could it mean?
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Ah, yes. Because every museum made out of a coal mine has to have a deluxe crate of infinity pistol rounds, revolver rounds. I don't know what caliber those are. These look really large caliber when you actually look at them. Like, look at the size of those bullets. That is... You can see some of them spilling out of the boxes. That is the size of two fingers.
Fingers of a person of what age and size?
Adult. Big.
The cat?
That bullet is larger than Alan Wake's index finger. And that pistol that pistol is not that big. Those bullets are larger than the barrel of his pistol.
So what you're saying is that this is taking place in Texas. Yeah, Alan just goes, yeah, the bullets were this big, except bigger. He says it in that voice that reminds me of that guy that pissed on the moon.
Ooh, paper box house?
Was it something about a hedgehog?
I've come to make an announcement.
Yeah, it was like that. Then he pissed on the moon, and not sure how we cleaned that up.
Canonically, they didn't.
Which canon?
Well, you know.
Official Sonic canon, yes. It's what was it, Snapcube?
It was Snapcube that was the thing.
We have no idea about what their canon says.
Really? How did you drop that there?
More only characters.
Ow! Ah! Pain.
What the hell?
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Just, I'm gonna hide. How was your day?
It was alright. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I feel like it's still better than being chased by a giant thing monster.
And the Dark Presence, I believe, is the
The
official
only way to
name.
reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Is it because it's dark that they call it that?
Yeah, and it's very present. I cannot believe that I did not know that these explosive barrels would actually do something on my first playthrough. I was so afraid of wasting ammo.
Don't you know how to save and reload? Come on, dreams. Video games are prevalent enough that people dream about them now. Like, please tell me you knew. Somebody, you are not inspiring any confidence. You are aware of this.
What is confidence?
Chat, do you want to look up this word for insomnia, or do I need to do it?
What is confidence, really?
It explains what the deal is with those airline peanuts.
Oh, I thought that was just stand-up You know what? Stand-up confidency. That's what it is.
Comedy.
Confidency. Confidency. No.
Are you okay?
Do I sound like the kind of person who would be okay?
You sound like that time a magic book had a stroke.
Fine, fine. Ah, take that.
Yeah, that's it. You sound like Vice.
Alright, we did it. We got out of the hell yard. And we're going in the direction of the giant dark tornado.
That wasn't your plan all along?
I'm not gonna speak to what Alan's plan might or might not have been. My plan was to not do that. Fuck you.
Language. We are far and beyond the seniors to anybody watching this. I think we need to be a little bit more graceful with our countenance.
Again, there are few things that get the same feeling across as a perfectly well-timed curse.
You feel that way, but unfortunately, I'm going to tell you no.
I mean, I'm not saying that you should scattergun curses everywhere. It's not going to be as good if you're just using them at random.
Is that a SpongeBob about that?
Yeah, I'm not saying that curses are sentence enhancers.
But these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled
What
with
I'm saying is that there's a reason why PG-13 movies allow you to say fuck once.
But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so
You just expended our quota already.
Barely touched him.
We're not a movie, nor are we only PG-13.
You expended the quota. PG-13 is the largest demographic.
Look, it might be the largest demographic.
Which means the largest number of potential clients. Which means it is the largest number of potential people to sell things to.
Well, that may be true.
It's not a maybe true, it is very true.
Fine. While that is true, I have never been one to seek wide appeal. I mean, I am the Lord of Dreams. Do you think that all dreams are appealing? We wouldn't have nightmares if that was the case. Unless you like nightmares, in which case we wouldn't have normal dreams if that was the case. What about the nightmares that are just feeling really scared while there are a bunch of obscure shapes all about?
You know there are people that are into that exactly, right?
I mean, probably.
One of the rules of the internet. If it exists, there is a fetish for it.
Well, yeah, but here you are talking about this and saying that I've expended our quota by saying we're going beyond PG-13. We'll go beyond PG-13.
You already expended it. What's there for me to conserve?
I mean, hitting the quota and going over it are two very separate things. There's a big fucking difference.
There you go again! Pegasine, it's not that we are Disney, it's that we like money. I don't know about you, but being able to afford food is very nice. And I assure you that most organic creatures tend to appreciate the idea of eating. There are some that don't. We have a medical name. We have a medical term for those people. And if you're bulimic, please stop. There are people that care about you. And that hurts them. Besides, if you want to lose weight fast, there are surgeries.
Alright, we are definitely running into a, we're definitely dealing with a stronger dark presence
standard power company equipment.
Is that me, or is that the looming presence of Disney?
I was talking more about the literal dark presence and how it is becoming stronger by the moment. And, like, on the one hand, we do have increasing things on our own side that are helping us out, such as the power company occasionally just having trucks parked around here, completely abandoned, surrounded by flashbang grenades, which, as Alan himself pointed out, something tells me that flashbang grenades aren't standard power company equipment. Don't mind me, I'm just playing Viscera cleanup detail.
And I want to get the game.
You know what?
What?
I decided I didn't want to have that fight.
Yep, you have to pick and choose your battles wisely in survival horror games. Once you get past the whole being afraid part, it suddenly becomes a puzzle. Wait a second. Wouldn't being transgender friendly also just kind of make this immediately not PG-13 because of the conservative groups that have ruined everything?
Legally, not yet.
I stared through the bars of the jail.
What you're saying is that we'd better be preparing.
Me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of
I'll get the handgun
in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy.
By the way, do you want the gun for your hand or the gun that shoots hands?
I would prefer the Death Race 2000 hand grenade.
Is that the grenade that just makes a handprint?
No, it was a grenade that someone had in a false hand. Their entire reason for wanting to win the death race was so that they could shake the hand of the person who had instituted the death race as a thing. With
Can
the
you explain
hand
the death
grenade.
race?
Hmm?
The death race?
So it depends on which version, because there's Death Race.
I don't know what are we watching?
All right, so
all I know is Death Race, and what's that the name of it? Is that just the thing in it? What's going on? Where's the context?
Okay, so there are two. There's Death Race, which is a remake that came out later, and it said, hey, a bunch of prisoners are given the opportunity to get out of their sentence by participating in the Death Race, which is a spectacle sport, and it literally is. They are just straight up killing each other with these giant vehicles of war, and I think one of them is played by Vin Diesel, because of course it is.
I think, what was it? So, Death Race and Death Race are both two different movies, but one's a newer remake of the other. It's like Total Recall, right?
No. See, the thing is, Death Race 2000 was the original, and that's the one that I was talking about. And Death Race 2000...
I had no real plan.
I have to pause to talk about this for a moment. Death Race 2000 was more, hey, it's a race across the country, and the more people you kill, you get points for. And you get more points for killing different types of people. Like, it is more points to kill people who are more valuable to society, like doctors.
What you're saying is that this is the, hey, Republicans will love this game.
That may
deal?
very well have been the part of the plot, because this was this was released in that specific era where, of course, every single movie had some kind of political motive behind it. It was good, campy fun, you know, for the time, but it was also horribly violent and portrayed a dystopian future.
I'm going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript
But not
pages.
super future, just dystopian modern day,
enough,
practically.
I'd hold him at gunpoint and make
What
him
the
talk.
Republicans like.
Oh, we're getting a pump action shotgun now.
Really, you're not describing anything different than what Florida seems to be becoming. Actually, it just sounds like Florida.
Alright, I have upgraded to better shotgun.
Super shotgun.
Oh, flare gun ammo. And more shotgun ammo.
After this, are you gonna play Heavy Rain?
I don't think that I'm gonna be playing Heavy Rain. That's not Remedy Studios, that's
That's what?
trying to remember. I'm trying to remember and fight. What if I was paid to? How much are you offering to pay me to play Heavy Rain?
No paltry sums either. You need to really make us the big bucks here.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice.
You're paying
If that
for our
wasn't
dignity.
enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
But unlike Republicans, we have standards to make it a little bit more expensive. You do have standards, right?
A few.
Dangerous statement, but it is acceptable.
dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Welcome to the new enemy type.
A new enemy type?
Enemy type. Foe. Antagonistic
Okay.
force.
I think I get it now.
These guys who run all over the place and are super fast, and they make that annoying noise. They are my least favorite enemies in the game. I believe they are the ones who actually got me to straight up say, alright, well, they're who I'm saving my flashbang grenades for. Got my eye on you. Now you better run.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century. Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
So this raises a question. Did Alan Wake have writer's block? Because he wrote later on in life that he would have writer's block at that time. Is this a self-fulfilling prophecy that was written after it had already happened?
Well, if you write after it happened, it's not really self-fulfilling.
Unless it only happened because you wrote about it later.
What?
Are we assuming that time is linear in this setting?
Do you know if it isn't?
I don't. I am presenting this option because there are hints that that kind of thing might be the case.
But you don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure one way or the other. Because, like, I know it sounds like this wild premise of, yeah, no, totally, that's just me making stuff up. But at the same time, it very much is. It's very possible that. Okay, I'm gonna come out and reveal a thing that gets mentioned later on in the game. I'm gonna come out and reveal a thing that gets actually covered later on in the game. Alan Wake is not the only person who has invoked Cauldron Lake. Oh, that's instant death. The other people who invoked Cauldron Lake wrote about Alan Wake. Or created stories about Alan Wake to some extent.
Why did he write about Alan Wake?
They didn't necessarily know him by name, but they still invoked him as an element. But they also both invoked each other as well. All three people at three separate points in time distinctly are talking about the part that the others will play. And one of them even specifically mentions there we are. That faded everything to white so bright for a second, I thought that there might have been a problem with the game or that I had died. Like, Thomas Zane, the poet, actually does at one point say to Alan Wake, "Wait, you thought that I wrote your part into this story? No, I thought that you wrote mine in. I thought that I did my stuff because you told me to."
So the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. Good to know.
I needed a key for the door.
Of course I did. It's never easy. Sometimes it's easy. I think that's an anti-speedrun strat. Something they put in specifically so that people couldn't just skip over that fight.
What do you mean?
Anything outside
I
of writing
genuinely
is a
forgot what I
struggle.
said.
I feel ill.
Something
I
about
managed to
being
make
an
my way
anti-speedrun
downstairs.
strat?
Yes.
There's a
Yes. Oh, yes. They had a door that said, "Hey, I need a key to open this." The key was literally just a little bit further along inside a small room. Why would you even bother doing that other than to make sure that you don't have the player just run to the door and ignore the fight that was supposed to be there with all the things flying at them?
box
So,
filled with books.
it was
and
just there
papers
to
by
prevent
Thomas
people
Zane.
from speedrunning
It's
past
very
a
hard
fight.
to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet.
You mean just
and a good
walking
one.
past a fight?
He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark
thank you
things
for the
that wait for
follow.
a chance
Great.
to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl
We
back
appreciate
upstairs.
it very much, Craig.
I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
And there, Alan Wake just said it himself. He read Thomas Zane's work, his own account of what horrors have happened here. Yep, we're switching out the shotgun for even the pump action shotgun. We'll switch that out for the hunting rifle. I like it that much more. Alan Wake sees that what Thomas Zane has done, and writes about it happening in his own version of this reality-altering manuscript. Did he cause it to happen by doing that?
So is this reality-altering manuscript a specific, like, set of pages, or is it just like, oh yeah, some people just have the power to write this?
People who are creative have the power to, if they are within...
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
But yeah, if you are at Cauldron Lake, or around, or close enough to Cauldron Lake, then you can, what creative works you do alter reality. It is location-based, but also requires that you be a creative person. You can't just go there and say, and then I won the lottery, and just write it on a piece of paper and smile and turn it in.
Birds.
You're saying I could go there and say, I won the lottery.
If you drew a picture of yourself winning the lottery, it might very well happen.
Cool, where's this goddamn lake?
Somewhere up in Maine, because of course it is. This is inspired by Stephen King.
Of course it's in Maine.
Do keep in mind, though, don't write anything that's a plot hole, or else you'll let the darkness in.
I have magic missile. I can use that to attack the darkness.
Oh. Welcome to an encounter that wasn't put quite on rails enough.
Walked out of it?
Birds.
Birds can't follow me here.
Birds can fly, you know, right?
That's why they can't follow me here. I'm underground and being quiet.
You're aware that the primary sense birds use to identify any targets they're looking for is sight and not sound, right? You don't know a lot about birds, do you? Shushing me isn't going to make you right, you know.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Yeah, I know all about birds. Like bats. Bats are my favorite birds.
Alice!
See me in remedial.
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer and ghost stories and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good. as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Also, hey look, Cauldron Lake. Just a part of it, underground. Oh good, flares. Not flare gun flares, just regular flares.
Good.
Oh yeah, no. They both got different purposes. Excuse you, I was going that way. Thank you,
you're
sir.
welcome. Double welcome? You're welcome in reverse? I don't know what to say.
No. They broke down my way of getting out. The other guy, he broke out a new way for me to go forward. Thus, the thank you. It was very kind of him. Unfortunately, I did have to kill him shortly after, because he was also trying to kill me.
Hey, Livy.
I'm not sure that it is Livy. What's the other one?
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft.
Yeah, there we go.
To go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Do you even know what I said?
Instead of such is life, it is, you said such is death?
Do you know enough French for that?
Yeah.
I won't have to invoke the Frenchman then.
I'm... Look, you know that I'm going to have to learn French if I'm going to be going up in your location.
You don't have to learn French to go to Canada. I don't know French. I know a vague enough amount to say that I can at least kind of understand how to communicate the very, very basics. That's a lie. I still don't know how to ask where the washroom is.
Alan! Alan!
Don't ask Alan where the washroom is. He'll just shoot you.
No,
I'd have to make my way
with a
up
flashlight.
the mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe
use
the
the
machinery
flashlight
could help
first,
me
and then
with
you
that.
shoot me. No, that was more of an Alan, how dare you, because this game is not made for platforming, which is all the worse that includes lots of platforming. And not lots of platforming, but like this is explicitly just a platforming segment. They gave me a jump button. How dare they? Also, I'm pretty sure that this is against OSHA regulations. Like, everything going on here. Like, there was no way to get across all of this scaffolding other than this precarious bundle of bars and wood being used
Why do you think this place got shut down?
It actually said in some of those, in some of the museum stuff that we were looking at earlier, it was shut down because of the volcanic
OSHA
eruption.
violations? That was a convenient cover.
I don't know if we're supposed to go up or down here. I'm gonna go up first.
A convenient volcano eruption is very good to cover the horrible, horrible, horrible violations of human rights and safety. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Inspector, you can't come. A volcano exploded! We'll just have to shut down the factory before anybody can come and see what we did. Oh, well.
Behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge, Tor Anderson laughed.
I know their
with a
game.
steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Wow, what a sweeping vista.
No coincidence, I'm making a vista too.
Ooh. How many windows does it have?
None. It's at Windows Vista. It's okay, you can be disappointed for that one. I am too.
Let there be light.
I'm sorry, we are experiencing technical difficulties at the moment.
Car. Just great.
Another cable car. Because this went so well last time.
Well, yeah, that's why you're a repeat customer, right?
I noticed that it doesn't have a gate on this side either. Honestly, I like that set piece more than the set piece of, yeah, no, the cable car just went out of control.
Well, if you ever make a video game, one day you could probably use yourself to explain what makes a good one.
Shit.
Yes, my child?
No, I didn't say agnopathy, I said Jesus.
Yes, my child? Don't tell the conservatives.
I don't think they watch my stream. light. And hey, we have a thing on Cauldron Lake. The 8th deepest lake in the world, Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake, formed in a volcanic crater. The volcano itself is considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970, and even then the underground activity was comparatively mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. And it is this away. I'm pretty sure it's not directly down. Okay, maybe we don't run across this. Just gonna step carefully. What? Alright, I've got 7 flare gun shots. It's time to start using them. I have clearly stockpiled these through fights I was not expected to stockpile them through.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Yeah, this looks safe. This building looks safe, Jesus. Oh, this is creepy.
see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Also, you may notice something up there.
No, I won't. What is it?
Shine my flashlight at it.
Right now your stream is looking like a mosaic on my end because I'm dropping around in the internet stuff.
Oh yeah,
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Yeah, if anyone else is having trouble, let me know.
I tried to
but
hold on to Alice.
It is a large set of lights.
I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place.
Some very fancy-looking building.
But my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Well-placed note.
Wait! That you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! Sorry. Please, late. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned.
Hate it when games let you do that. Skip over dialogue because you advance just a bit too fast. Oh no, that was the end of episode 3. And start of more music. But not the music that I thought would be here. I messed up the
Previously episodes.
on
Alan Wake. I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Chapter 4, or episode 4, The Truth.
Shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
I mean, it's chapter 4, The Truth.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very
I'm sorry,
important
I'll
that
never
you
mention the
stay
Burger King foot
calm.
lettuce again.
I don't want you to have another episode.
I didn't even know that's what it was in reference to.
For a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. There were only empty sheets of paper here. No manuscript pages.
Fucker. Also, Is this supposed to be the shading that's going on here? Is the world supposed to be made out of neon?
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
I mean,
Yeah. I see you
most
brought your
horror games
pet
use
gorilla with you.
darkness
So sure, I'm
to make
I
it
get the
hard to
message.
see.
Loud and
So
clear.
everything beyond you is
Quite
obscured by
right.
dark.
That's the spirit.
Things around you
You're
are
being
obscured by
very
dark.
brave, Alan.
But I like the horror
I
games that say,
understand
let's
you're
go the other way.
confused.
Things
I would
around
be
you
more
get obscured by
concerned if
light.
you
It's
weren't
too bright to
suspicious
see
of
so
me.
far ahead.
I don't blame you for
The
it.
Big
blue
of you.
and the blur.
Now, why don't you come with me?
Yeah.
We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Just letting this guy in his punchable face talk for a second. Okay, yeah, no, this is another thing that I really like about what this game did. Because this is a section right here where, okay, you're in the... everything's bright, everything's peaceful. You're not on the verge of the lights going out. We're not just sitting here building tension. No, this is part of the horror where you're at right now. And everything is bright. It's too bright. You're used to the darkness, and I mean, you're also drugged right now. So that plays a bit into it, so that kind of makes sense. But setting a section of the horror explicitly in what is light, the place that you have come to accept as safety, and making it feel not safe. It's good design. They nailed so much in this.
This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan. Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode.
Put a post in my
So
usual spot for
I'm
it.
just going to say this.
All right.
Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very
I'd recommend using your phone to
state
check or
until
something.
you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations.
Good work.
Paranoid delusions. Unusual
It was
thinking,
alright. It took me
an
way too long.
obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped, and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
Of course you had to
It's
fight
all
not to
in your
believe his
head.
words.
You've been making
He's making
it
a
up.
compelling argument.
Apart from the
piece
tragic
of shit.
accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Nah, Pegasine, what he's doing is he's walking slower than me, than my own move speed, so I have to keep moving in jumps and starts.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now, we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the one
obviously
trying
loved
to
his
bring
own
you
voice.
out of the
His
world you've
words echoed
constructed
madly
for yourself.
inside my head.
But I can't
dug
do
my
it
nails
by
into the
myself.
palms of my hands to stay
You need to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery. Come along. Let's go inside. Now, here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
Why is your neck so long?
Excuse me.
Look at
I'm
this.
a real bad dream,
that guy.
mister. You
Yeah.
should be afraid of me.
Is
Don't
that-
want to run
is
into
that
me in the
unusually
night,
long?
that's for
Looks like it's
sure.
unusually long.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so
I
you
mean,
won't be
thinks it's a
scared.
glitch.
But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay, sorry.
That neck does look unusually long.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video
Elbow
games.
strike.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve
Get him
some
to the head.
small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
Come, Alan, this
I'm pretty
way.
sure that's
Now,
not under copyright.
You might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
Please observe the following. Friends and family have scheduled visits beforehand to ensure they don't interfere with your therapy and/or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they're engaged in the creative process. Typically, our patients have long-term creative problems. They won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you're voluntarily receiving treatment that has been specifically tailored for you. Engagement therapy, trademark, and its sister method, the flow, trademark, work best when you are actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to voice them.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah! Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Zane! You're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we'd forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no.
We
Sorry,
have a
guys.
stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain.
Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch.
She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch.
And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought. The hag.
She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does.
We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god.
Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake.
Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider.
She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you?
Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid.
Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
Welcome to things that make perfect sense if you have already if you've already played through the whole game.
I can't read the subtitles and I have it turned down so I don't hear echo, so all I'm hearing is all I saw was a guy holding what looked like a squeaky hammer.
Let me just
Don't worry about that. It's my connection messing up.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can't even paraphrase because a lot of it was, again, stuff that makes perfect sense if you've played through the rest of the game. But otherwise, it's vague foreshadowing about Baba Yaga, who showed up and stole things from them. And
Isn't Baba Yaga the house that walks on two legs?
No, it's the person who has the house.
Ah, yes.
The hag, the witch. And they blamed Alan, who they kept calling Tom, for opening the door and letting her out.
Oh no.
They're only in your
They're stupid.
head, and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because
I'm gonna
I'm
be
in
back in a
charge
moment.
now.
I'm out of
and
water.
I don't want to
Yes.
disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think Mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets. And now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because the numbers came back from marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic. And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk all the time and express their feelings so they won't shut up. And the writers won't shut up either because they have feelings too. And I have to listen to them because they're not scared of me. And everyone should just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
Welcome back, Rodechi. How goes Alan Wake? We have just finished episode 3 and are now on episode 4, and we're probably going to do all of episode 4 at the very least.
Hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing
I think episode
these
4 is my favorite as
a
well.
A lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better.
But yeah, we've been
having
a good time.
Why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room.
Yeah, well,
you can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself.
But yeah, we're having a good time in general going through this.
There's a shadow inside my head.
I've played it before.
Focus on writing.
Not everyone who's here, I think, has experienced it before.
Have been for days, but it's always dark outside.
So I'm trying not to throw spoilers everywhere, but I'm also not being shy about talking about some of the stuff.
A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was
there's
covered
a
in clinging
lot
shadows.
going on.
There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
Did you play American Nightmare? And or the DLC chapters? I mean, probably the DLC chapters. They, Oh, wow. Well, we're going to be going through those. Oh, I completely lost my sense of direction for a moment while I looked away. I'm going to be going through those as well once we've beaten the game. And we are going to work our way through the series up to Control. Welcome back, Agnipat.
I was going to say, make sure that you do remember to take a break. You've been streaming for nearly 6 hours now.
I did take a break. Well, you remember?
Well, yes, but have you been getting up and stretching?
Yeah.
Hey, Wake.
Here, I will do that now as well.
I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep
It's good to take a short break every hour.
Okay?
Make sure you've got yourself water.
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be
Staying
my only
hydrated is
chance of
important.
getting out of here.
Good brain function is paramount.
Indeed.
Afraid of the crazy
Yeah, Dirty's got right. Being in control of your body is good.
Are we?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Well, things are unraveling fast, aren't they?
Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
It's my
Sinclair
store.
looked bad.
I'm
That wasn't a
taking
love
it.
tone. The crazy old fart hit her hard.
The
If she was one of Hartman's
backstage is
goons,
all
she had
yours,
it coming.
Tom.
I could get
Seize
the
your
key,
destiny.
office wing, from Sinclair. I had to get to Hartman's office.
Come
He had
out
taken
and face
all my
the music,
manuscript pages.
Bert. It's
That's
time
where
to
he'd be
pay the
keeping them.
piper.
Maybe you could come out and beat our wrinkled, adult diapered asses for it, since you're so tough, Bert.
We were on the road, man. You think we haven't seen punks like you before?
The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made at the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wake. What would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him, and we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor, because I'm at my wit's end.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
And hey, one more bit of evidence that I'm pretty sure that they originally were going to have shadow dogs at some point. But just
that's not
decided
a bad shadow dog. That's a puppy that just needs a hug.
Wasn't happy. Maud could see it in his eyes. He quickly.
I mean, you've written about werewolves before. You know all they need is love.
The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's plan.
You're the demon of dreams. You write about everything, don't you?
Most things. Also, we did just get confirmation that the person who was blackmailing us.
The photo on the wall caught my attention. In it, the clinic staff was standing outside the
was
lodge.
working for Hartman.
I knew the man next to Hartman. He was the kidnapper. Hartman had been playing me all along.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna sue your crazy.
How long do we plan to go today, anyways?
How's that?
How long do you plan to go today?
I'm gonna finish this episode.
Ow! About time!
Okay.
Barry,
And
man,
we'll be stopping after that.
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
Is that a cardboard cutout of himself?
Yes.
Why does he have that?
It was at the diner. So he actually was just explaining that in the text, but again, I know that you're having some resolution issues right now.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
So yes, the cutout was at the diner at the very start of the game. And it was Rose's, because she's obsessed with us.
Also, did you just kill that guy by locking him in the room with the spooky ghost thing?
Ow, ow, ow. Maybe. To be fair, he did openly admit to trying to have us kidnapped.
I needed light to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
He did openly admit to trying to get us kidnapped, just so that he could use my ability to alter reality to his own ends.
Hartman knew he was no creator. He had no ambitions on that front. And he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here, damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction, to be a producer. That was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between.
Like, he claimed to have good motives, and who knows, maybe he did. But he also did absolutely kidnap Barry. Hey, come over here. Come over here. Ow. Excuse me, giant metal sphere. I need you to break down this door. Thank you.
Ow, ow! I'm here!
That hurt a lot, but you know what? It worked. It sure worked.
I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al.
I love that delivery.
God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
What are the lights coming from in there? Ow! Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. But yes, I'm glad that you think I'm glad, Rodechi, that
Let's get out of here!
you believe. Why am I failing to speak so much? That you believe the Control to be good. Have you ever played Quantum Break? Because that's kind of the middle step between this and this and Control.
Evil guys moving around!
Don't trust Emil. Who is Emil? And alright, if I find an Emil, I will not trust them.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Al, be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Why would you make the hedge mage the emergency exit?
Move the channel. We turn it off. We don't want any fighting. It makes people sad. You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm.
Oh no, it's the game developer dude.
You get 3 pills.
Oh no. No, never mind.
We're not going to destroy the game?
It's the guy who we may or may not have killed. Mr. Hartman. shotgun.
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
You know what? I'll say this game does almost as good a job as Prey of making the world, of making the active collapse of the world seem really serious and get noticeably worse over time. Like, I feel like they could have delayed having the darkness break lights that are hanging above, like these ones. An extra chapter or so. And gotten a little bit more effect out of it. But that's a relatively minor thing that would be improved, thing that could be improved upon. Part of me does wonder if this was at any point planned for an episodic release, just because of how much the game does kind of reset your scaling to a point with every episode.
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he had had. Well, since Tom, really. Sleep well, Alan, Hartman whispered with a smile. Let me take care of you. He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted it.
It would not be surprising. Originally had plans to do it and then decide against it after seeing somebody else try it and fail horribly.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Like I said, they could have been trying explicitly, or like you said, they could have been trying explicitly to emulate the styles of a TV series.
Yeah.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! It's gotta be here! Just hang on, Oh, hey, I found a corner!
me we're headed for
I
the
forgot
nearest,
that they
"You're
keep
now
the
in Bright Falls. Come
the
back
cutout.
soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy
I don't
me a
know. Looking
teddy
at this
bed as
scene
a
right now,
gift,
it's
and
reminding
I'm
me
gonna
of that
live in it.
the "What Is Love" meme. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh god. Also, again, Barry is a character that grew on me so much. I'm done with darkness. When this is over, you're gonna get me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it. It's such a good reaction to this situation.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
I mean, if this had happened, I think that would be a pretty sensible reaction.
Exactly.
Mad. You are by far the craziest.
You know, until the skin
Maybe
cancer
that's
starts hitting.
inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this.
That'll kill you slower
It
than the
helps.
darkness.
This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness.
Oh, yeah,
with
but
the
it'll
body
still be
away,
painful.
But she's not dead.
Ow. How can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can.
Ow.
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before. It happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it.
Look out!
Because of course we're not done walking through the woods yet.
No, why would you be done walking through such a terrible place?
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way! Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Al, there's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Yeah!
Barry, are you all right?
I'm good, Al. I'm great. Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh?
I love
You're
Barry.
gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al. I'll be waiting.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
And you got no faith in your friend. No, I'm intentionally doing that.
When he stopped the car at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand. The brothers wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on the porch, and he knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears.
Alright, back out we go.
destroy them to get proof?
But then you get sections like this that I had completely forgotten about, where they just... You don't have a flashlight. All these things that would be trivial threats if you had a flashlight. But, of course you don't have one.
Agent Nightingale stared at the passed-out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Do you like that letter?
Which one?
The letter.
Evidently. Ow! How did I get hit by something that had ceased to exist by
I could
that
sense
point?
the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without
You're
a weapon
dealing
was
with ghosts and other
dangerous, but I
spooky
had
things.
No choice.
Trust no one in the dark. And especially not Emil. I'm never supposed to trust Emil. Who's Emil?
Your dinner.
Oh, that's Amy.
Only the free fatty acids are good for your heart.
You telling me that a meal is a snack?
Stop it! Stay back. I have light. You don't exist while I'm standing in the light.
You'll be the one to fill their dark soul with light.
Barry!
The car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking.
Possibly Barry.
Which Barry?
Friendly Barry. Oh, heavy-duty flashlight. And batteries, but no gun. Still no gun. Yeah, no, that's the flashlight I just put down.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
Oh, hey. Hi, Zane.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path. The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
Alright, good news. Flares. Bad news. Bear traps. You remember how much trouble I had with those.
Combine the flare and the bear trap.
A flare trap, that's brilliant!
Make the ultimate weapon!
A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
I think the bar is pretty low at this point.
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before.
Oh good. Tor and Odin are...
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
They haven't even given me a pistol yet, and they've given me a shotgun.
Well, you won't need it.
I had bullets. What do you mean, click, click, click? Alright. Way more enemies than I can take out.
Well, yeah, if that's the attitude.
No, there are more enemies than I have shots, and it's not a guarantee that I'll get a kill per shot.
Remember, you can't kill everyone. But you have to try.
I did try.
Well, at least you tried.
Well, it does seem as though there is something I have learned about the way enemies spawn in this game.
That is?
That several of the encounters are not, are only partially scripted. So if you run into a group and run through the area where another group spawns, it won't spawn the next group because you were already in combat. So as long as I don't have something like that happen again, I can just kite this group through all of the bear trap areas, and the groups that would normally spawn here won't, because I am already being chased. And that'll work right up until I get to this spawn, at which point I'm going to pull up a flare and walk quietly forward so that I don't fucking die as I try to walk into this light.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Ah! Please! Ah! What are you? Ah! No! Don't! I'm sorry! Ah! Ah!
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy who wrote this crap anyway.
Sorry, that was us. Damn. Well, my car now.
Well.
I've
Wait,
run
who was
through
that again?
every possible course in my head.
So,
if I continue like the dark presence
remember
wants me
way
to,
at the start of the game how there was a guy that was in a jail cell who was like, hey, turn on the lights.
That guy.
I'm scared in here. Turn on the lights. Yeah, it was him.
This is what it's
So he got out, he got smashed.
Yeah, he got out on bail and was already talking about how much he actually was on one of the radio broadcasts talking about how he got out on bail and was freaked out by all of this. And
I've written myself
went out and
into
did
the
this.
story. I'm now the protagonist.
Yeah, you saw
This
the
feels
bottle.
like
He was
a
just, he
terrible
went out,
risk,
he
but
got
it's the
smashed and
only
hit the
way
bottle.
to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes.
Oh, it looks like he did a little
In a
literally,
horror
don't you
story,
think?
it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who will help me. I'll make it happen. Let me guess. Danny, huh? The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
See? My car now.
Barry wasn't up here, but was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Secret's house. Flashbang grenades. Revolver ammo. Upstairs. The upstairs was unimpressive. That did mean that when I went back downstairs, I saw batteries. Now, can I take this car instead? Yes, I can. This is a better car. Has gotten us heading up this way. Switch to the hunting rifle. Absolutely. Lots of ammo for it. And another radio.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident. If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give them a hand, all right? This is Pat Maine on KBF FM, hoping you're all safe and warm tonight.
And they switches to the music, and we flee! We flee in horror of the music. What are you doing? Okay, I guess we're going this way.
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind
I
of
like
rock
this
stars,
stage.
but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Surprisingly big and open, huh?
There's too many of them!
God damn.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Al! We have to fight them off! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stocked! Al, hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on! Yes! Here we go! Barry Wheeler to the rescue! No! Damn it! Goddamn turn of the century wiring!
Really, you're just playing a Star Wars game with a budget lightsaber.
Break your claws, smash your wicked. Taking slaves like ocean waves, now hear the ocean sing. Father Thor, bless this war, see the time. God, I love this set piece.
Stay in the light!
Well, I'm glad to know they aren't taking themselves too seriously.
Oh no, no! Why do you keep doing this to me? Do it for Barry, please, please, please!
And that is why I wanted to push through this chapter.
That was awesome!
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm!
And that is why this game is recommended and Heavy Rain isn't, because this game knows to not take itself too seriously. So it doesn't, and the result is you get silly, amazing stuff like that.
Juxtaposition, I have said time and again, is one of the most important aspects of horror. You need moments of levity like this.
No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left
bring
it.
the fucking
I'll come
cutout.
back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry
You
all
got their
this time.
priorities.
We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got before they ambushed me.
You know, I was not expecting to be so happy about this
Here has
moment.
something to say. What's that, Al? Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about
Well, one of us was
everything.
expecting you to be
And
this
if I don't
happy, and
get
it
my
wasn't
way,
you.
I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff! They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Sleep. We all spend a third of our
Night
dreams in
Springs.
its soft embrace,
Man,
somewhere
brings back
between
memories.
fantasy and
Hey,
oblivion.
remember when I got you that gig?
But
Your
dreams
first
have a
real
way of
writing
forcing
job. What got you
themselves into
started?
waking life,
Was this one of
or
your episodes?
vice versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode: The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream, and the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh.
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
I can confirm this is not how dreams work.
Well, good to know.
Those who walk the infinite dream do not cease to exist simply because you have woken up. Ooh, a manuscript page.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back. The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Thank you for telling me exactly what this puzzle needs doing.
Good going, Al!
Ah, the old gods of Asgard Ragnarok tour. 1975 is a good year. Unfortunately, bastards stuck to the coasts. They never went anywhere else. What are you doing out there?
I think we can make it through here, Al!
There we go. What was hitting me? That right there is the one thing that I will mark as a decided frustration of gameplay.
Yeah?
A decided frustration of gameplay. When you get hit too much and your vision goes black and white, suddenly it becomes really hard to tell what and how it is attacking.
I think that truck's a mimic.
Not no more, it ain't.
Ah, okay. You can put not a mimic on it now.
I don't think I can. It does not appear to be there anymore.
Yeah, that's how you know it's not a mimic. It's gone.
Wow! Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
That certainly is a decision, Mary.
Now, you mentioned about the juxtaposition.
Yep.
I realized that in a bunch of earlier ones that were really memorable, the juxtaposition would happen to be accidental. Like, in early Resident Evil, the voice acting was massively juxtaposed. But not intentionally. So the voice acting was always silly, because things like, I have this, are super memorable.
Good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
But I don't think they were intended. But they totally just jumped into the campiness, and that made it work.
Yeah. Like, there is a reason why it is so memorable to have Chris boulder punching Redfield. Radio.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation.
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
You know, I see a combine harvester and a very large open area. Yep.
You've got to be kidding me.
This does not surprise me in the least. It being that easy a fight doesn't surprise me, at least a little bit.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Ah! Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there.
And I love that
this
they
farm
built
is
it
a
to look
crazy
like
place
a
for
fucking
crazy people.
longhouse.
We should feel right at home then.
And of course they did.
I mean, would they build it to look like a short house?
Now that I think about it, it isn't actually that wide, so maybe.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing.
That's a chainsaw in a tree.
Oh, don't worry about that. That's just for the OSHA inspection.
All the odds know the truth.
Oh,
Lights are out.
in a tree.
Guess
I
we better
thought,
check the
when you
fuse
said
box.
in a tree, I thought it was like hanging from the tree, fully revved up and swinging.
You know what? No, but that would have been great.
I mean, if you see it in a lab, don't worry. That's just so that the OSHA guy gets the low-hanging fruits, that the people who know what they're doing can just keep doing what they're doing.
Oh, hey, coffee. Thing is, the coffee thermoses stay collected between between playthroughs. So the fact that there are coffee thermoses that I am just picking up means that they're ones that I had never managed
You know,
to
this
find
place looks
before.
kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding. Those guys sound awesome.
Finding new and improved ways to feed your addictions.
Again, Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
Come on, Al. Let's get the lights. Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be. The record's probably just a little dusty, Al. Give it a little thump. I want to hear this song.
Where is it? I assume that it's in this room, but... Oh my god, I cannot find it. Oh my god. Why can I not find this thing? Surely it is in this room. Ah! Right, the record isn't going to be exactly where the sound system is. Alright.
Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
I'm sorry about this. No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right! I'm coming!
It was a crazy, drunken dream. And yet, it was more than that. It was the truth. A suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened. I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off. I remembered thinking, I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her.
Ah!
Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. I'll write. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobweb she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my barber a long time ago. She looks so old.
I had woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious, and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
And there's our explanation.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
And that ends episode 4 and brings us to the one credits music that we can listen to. The Poet and the Muse. Probably my favorite track from this game.
There's an old town road with mystery of Tom the poet and his muse, and a magic lake which gave a light to the words the poet used. Now the muse, she was his happiness, and he rhymed about her grace, and told the stories of treasures deep beneath the blackened way.
It's the whole story that we know about Tom the Poet and his muse. It is almost raw exposition, and yet it's good music, and it fits so well with everything else that's been going on here.
Yeah, I just can't hear it.
I'll send it to you directly once we stop, because we will be stopping after this. We're not going to go through episode 5. We will be doing that next week. We will not be doing a stream on Monday, because that Monday is where I'll be having non-stream stuff going on. Tuesday, we'll go back and probably finish Citizen Sleeper. Thursday, I don't know, we'll figure it out by then. And as I said, next Friday we'll finish out the main story of Alan Wake and see how much of the DLC we can do. It has been an excellent 7-hour stream. I'm glad I got to spend it with y'all. All the people who showed up. Oh, I certainly enjoyed it. I hope everyone else enjoyed it too. I hope you enjoyed it, Agnapathy.
Yep.
Now, if it's real or just a dream, one mystery remains. For it is said on moonless nights, they may still haunt this place.
Ah, good music. Really, they should have, like, actual credits running over this time period, so rather than just hold on end of episode 4. This is just the best combination of, admittedly, light metal. This is closer to rock than metal, but they claim to be a metal band. And woodwind instruments.
Metal has a lot in common with classic orchestra.
Yeah. No, they approach that. This is a good mix of many things. Alright. And that truly completes episode 4. As I have said, it was excellent playing this for y'all.
Previously on Alan Wake,
I am
under the
eager.
influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that...
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties.
I'm eager to do this next episode, but we'll do that next time, like I said.
Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
all the men...
Alright, just quit to menu. Alright. So, that is, as I said, everything. I'm gonna hit the stop streaming button. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I am Somnophage. My co-host has been Agnepathy. Have a pleasant night.
You've had a pleasant
and
night.
pleasant dreams.